The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Timișoara is the capital city of Timis County and the main economic, social and cultural centre in the western part of Romania. It is the third most populated city in the country, having 500,000 inhabitants. Afi Park, Timișoara is located in the city centre of Timișoara, easily accessible from all parts of the city, having direct access to public transportation in front of the project. Trams 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 and 10 are only 1 minute walking distance from the project. Afi Park, Timișoara is a landmark modern A-class business park consisting of 5 office buildings built to the highest technical standards, enclosing 43,000 square metres GLA offices and retail spaces. Efficient floor plate of 1,200 to 1,300 square metres GLA, easy to be partitioned and flexible in fitting out all necessary functions for the tenants, as well as ample lobbies and interior gardens. In all buildings, there is installed the best high-performant air purification system through bipolar ionisation, providing purified air on all common areas of the campus and a safe work environment for the tenants. The ground floor hosts many retail services where tenants can enjoy a coffee or have lunch on top of the building in the restaurant with an aerial view over the city. Afi Park, Timișoara offers the perfect work environment for multinational companies, a modern campus with expansion options and an all-in-one efficient and time-saving location. Afi Europe Romania is one of the most reputable developers in Romania, managing a portfolio of 7 office projects of approximately 300,000 square metres GLA office spaces.
Located 166 kilometers north of Bucharest, Brașov is the main touristic city in Romania, with a population of 400,000 people and 1.5 million tourists annually. Afi Brașov is located in the heart of the city, along 15 Noiembrie Boulevard, and 13 bus lines are stopping right in front of the project. The 4 access points of the project are leading to more than 200 parking places dedicated to the offices and 1,600 dedicated to the shopping center, which are easily accessible by traffic circles from every direction. Afi Brașov brings together the largest shopping mall in the city, totaling 45,000 square meters GLA, and rising above, integrated into the mall, 2 Class A office buildings of 25,000 square meters GLA. Developed in 2 phases, Afi Park Brașov is designed for large floor plate occupiers, such as IT&C and BPO companies. Afi Park Brașov office tenants will enjoy a modern working environment, with natural light and balconies with a unique view to the Carpathian Mountains and to the forest. Afi Park Brașov and the surrounding retail facilities provided by Afi Brașov Mall offer the perfect work environment for the modern lifestyle sought after by the IT generations, an all-in-one, efficient, time-saving, immediate location. Afi Europe Romania, the most reputable developer in Romania, is the developer of Afi Tech Park, Afi Park, Afi Park Brașov, Afi Cotroceni, Afi Ploiești, Afi Brașov, and Afi City. Bucharest is the most economically developed city in Romania, generating 1/4 of the country's GDP and of its industrial production. Bucharest serves as headquarters for 186,000 firms, including nearly all large Romanian companies. At the intersection between downtown Bucharest and 3 major residential neighborhoods, districts 4, 5, and 6, which total more than 60% of the city's population, Afi proudly sets the new business landmark for the largest labor force potential in the capital. Afi Tech Park will be developed as a 70,000 square meter GLA Class A office park, a campus-style environment in an urban complex with ample green areas, providing high technical specifications similar to all Afi projects. The project will be built in 3 phases, featuring buildings of 8 floors, 2 underground levels each, and retail shops hosting a fitness club, restaurant, coffee shop, bank, and a pharmacy. Afi Tech Park can be reached via 2 main traffic arteries, Progresului and Tudor Vladimirescu Boulevards, each with 4 lanes that allow smooth traffic flow. The excellent position makes driving from anywhere in the city accessible in the shortest time possible. The business park is very accessible by public transportation. A shuttle bus is connecting with Unirii Metro Station. 5 tram lines stop at the entrance of the project with the highest frequency in Bucharest. An Academia Metro Station will add direct connectivity to the project. The park benefits from close proximity to JW Marriott Hotel, Unirii Square, the Old City, and the Romanian Parliament. Volcan Retail Park is located across the street, offering a food court with several food outlets. In addition, Liberty Shopping Mall is located 250 meters from the project. The typical floor spreads on an area close to 3,000 square meters, is specially designed for large floor plate occupiers, such as BPOs, back office operations for the IT&C, and financial services. The office areas are provided with raised floors, suspended ceilings, clear height of 2.7 meters, enabling maximum natural light, and a standard electromechanical design for one workstation to 8 square meters. AFI Tech Park and the surrounding retail facilities provide the perfect work environment for the modern lifestyle, sought after by multinational companies, an all-in-one, efficient, time-saving, immediate location.
I hope you will find our event very interesting. And first, I would like to invite Mr. Luca Niculescu, State Secretary, National Coordinator regarding Romania's accession process to the OECD Commission, for a keynote speech, opening also the first of the days of our event. Please.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the Foreign Investor Summit in my new role as, you said, National Coordinator of the OECD accession process. As some of you might know, my previous role for several years was as Romanian ambassador to France, where I held discussions to start the process of Romania's accession to the OECD. As you also know, in Paris, they speak mostly French, so my English has become a bit rusty. So with your permission, I will give this speech in my mother tongue, knowing that you will have an excellent translation. I hope the translation is provided. Doamnelor și domnilor, excelențe, mă bucur foarte tare să fiu astăzi aici și mai ales aici, în acest loc, la Hotelul Marmuroș, pentru că acesta este hotelul în care a stat delegația OCDE la sfârșitul lunii ianuarie, imediat după ce România a primit invitația de a se alătura acestei organizații. Țin minte că eram toți euforici atunci, îmi amintesc foarte bine cum premierul Nicolae Ciucă i-a înmânat scrisoarea de răspuns secretarului general Matias Corman. Este adevărat că nu i-a înmânat-o aici la hotel, ci la Palatul Victoria, dar a fost un moment foarte important. Vă mulțumesc încă o dată, este o oportunitate pentru mine să iau parte la acest eveniment, este unul dintre primele la care particip după începerea discuțiilor de aderare și după revenirea în țară. Vorbim despre o temă esențială pentru dezvoltarea României, de fapt pentru oricare dintre țările noastre, și anume despre rolul central al mediului de afaceri în redresarea și în stimularea creșterii economice. Și încep, deci, prin a vă mulțumi dumneavoastră, investitorilor, pentru încrederea arătată României, care se reflectă în nivelul investițiilor străine. Înțeleg că acestea sunt pe o pantă ascendentă, în pofida unui climat internațional foarte dificil, reprezentat de războiul din vecinătatea noastră, declanșat de Rusia împotriva Ucrainei, și al șocului economic pandemic și postpandemic. Aș dori să vă vorbesc, dacă îmi permiteți, să vă spun câteva cuvinte despre încredere, pentru că încrederea este unul dintre este un ciment pentru oricare dintre societățile noastre. După cum spuneam, România a primit la începutul acestui an statutul de stat candidat pentru aderarea la OCDE. Este un prim pas concret în îndeplinirea unui obiectiv strategic, politic, diplomatic, economic al României, care este unanim împărtășit și este asumat constant la cel mai înalt nivel al statului român. Și pot să vă spun că atât timp cât am fost ambasador la Paris, unde se află sediul OCDE, am avut foarte multe delegații, președinte, prim-ministru, miniștri, parlamentari, societate civilă, academie, oameni de afaceri, și toți, sau cei mai mulți dintre ei, făceau o vizită și la OCDE pentru a exprima acest deziderat a României de a intra în organizație. Deci a spune că în deschiderea discuțiilor de aderare la organizație reprezintă, dacă vreți, un vot de încredere acordat deja României. OCDE are un rol cheie în configurarea unei economii mondiale așa cum ne-o dorim,
reziliente, verzi, inclusive, în baza unor principii și angajamente solide față de îmbunătățirea standardelor climatice la nivel global, o economie care este deschisă comerțului global și care este deschisă investițiilor. Câteva luni mai târziu, în iunie 2022, România a primit foaia de parcurs din partea OCDE. Asta înseamnă începerea dialogului de aderare și este un dialog care vizează quasi totalitatea politicilor interne naționale, fie că e vorba de guvernanță publică, corporativă, sănătate, mediu, educație, anticorupție, energie, fiscalitate, agricultură, etc. Practic toate domeniile politicilor publice din România sunt acoperite de OCDE. Există unul de care deocamdată OCDE-ul se ocupă mai puțin, este cel al apărării. Dar cine știe cu ce se întâmplă acum? Era cineva care chiar spunea că OCDE-ul este un fel de NATO economic. Evident că subiectul investițiilor joacă un rol important, central, aș putea spune, în cadrul viitoarelor discuții pe care le avem cu cei de la OCDE. Vorbim despre aplicarea unor principii de nediscriminare, de transparență, vorbim despre liberalizarea fluxurilor de capital, precum și despre asigurarea unui regim deschis și transparent pentru investițiile directe sau de conduită responsabilă în afaceri. Așadar, procesul de aderare la OCDE reprezintă un semnal puternic către investitori, către mediul de afaceri, către dumneavoastră, în general, cu privire la hotărârea României de a se alinia celor mai înalte standarde OCDE în domeniile cele mai diverse. Investițiile străine directe vor găsi un mediu și mai favorabil și mai predictibil, începând deja cu perioada premergătoare a aderării și asta grație accelerării ritmului de asimilare a practicilor OCDE privind cadrul general de business și protecția investițiilor. Amintesc aici consecințe pozitive, atât la nivelul fluxurilor de investiții directe, precum și cele raportate la încrederea piețelor internaționale în stabilitatea economică internă. Din ce am văzut că s-a întâmplat cu celelalte țări care au aderat recent la OCDE, primele lucruri care se întâmplă după aderare sunt o reflectare a unui nou statut în ratingurile de țară, care au o importanță majoră pentru condițiile accesării piețelor financiare internaționale. Ca urmare, România își va concentra și ea eforturile pentru alinierea la practicile OCDE de atragere a investițiilor străine, care să genereze, evident, fluxuri semnificative de capital, dar și dezvoltare durabilă. Odată cu preluarea standardelor organizației vom vorbi nu doar despre o guvernanță economică ameliorată sau despre un climat de afaceri deschis, stabil și coerent, ci și despre o mai mare implicare a României în deciziile și practicile economice globale. OCDE va oferi României oportunitatea de a se alătura unui format unic de discuție care reunește 38 de state membre, 38 de state membre în clipa de față, Comunitatea Statelor Occidentale, Statele Unite, 23 de state europene, democrații și economii performante asiatice, Japonia și Coreea de Sud, parteneri like-minded, cum ar fi state din America Latină, dar și Australia sau Noua Zeelandă. OCDE este un forum participativ care nu impune reguli, ci dezbate experiențe naționale cu obiectivul de a determina cursul cel mai potrivit de acțiune pentru o problemă dată, fie că vorbim despre redresare economică, politică de investiții sau comerț global. Și în același timp, apartenența la OCDE va permite României să acceseze o foarte, foarte vastă expertiză de consiliere privind aproape toate politicile publice și modul de implementare. Știți că se spunea despre OCDE acum câțiva ani că este un fel de think tank al omenirii. Acum a devenit și un fel de do tank, nu doar un think tank. Iar pentru cei care sunt curioși sau pentru cei care nu au făcut-o, încă îi invit să citească studiul economic dedicat României și care a fost lansat în această primăvară, care este foarte bun. Aș mai spune câteva cuvinte, în primul rând că nu pornim de la zero în relația noastră cu OCDE. Există multe formate de cooperare la care România a luat deja parte înainte de a adera la organizație. Aderarea și participarea la acțiunile OCDE constituie un continuum, este un efort transformațional care se va aplica, atenție, pe termen lung, nu numai acum în perioada aderării, adică nu dacă am aderat vom putea spune suntem în OCDE și nu mai facem nimic, dimpotrivă toate țările membre ale OCDE trec prin procese sensibile de transformare. Și aș mai spune ceva, că aderarea la OCDE întregește eforturile României ca stat membru al Uniunii Europene, dar și al Alianței Nord-Atlantice de a face parte din organizații internaționale care împărtășesc valori similare. Iar pentru România, aderarea la OCDE va însemna și încheierea în mod fericit, a unui cerc care s-a deschis imediat după cel de-al doilea război mondial. După cum știți, OCDE este organizația care a implementat planul Marshall în Europa de Vest. Noi, sigur, dacă ne-ar fi întrebat cineva, pe noi am fi dorit să fie implementat și aici, dar n-am fost noi întrebați, au fost întrebați cei de la Moscova și nu s-a întâmplat acest lucru. Dar faptul că aderăm la această organizație care a implementat planul Marshall și din punct de vedere simbolic este important. Câteva cuvinte pe scurt despre aspectele tehnice, unde ne aflăm acum în acest proces. Deci, după cum spuneam la începutul verii, am primit acea foaie de parcurs, căreia noi îi răspundem printr-un așa numit memorandum inițial. Asta înseamnă o autoevaluare, un screening a modului în care legislația, politicile și practicile din România se aliniază la instrumentele juridice ale OCDE și aici vorbim despre 26 de domenii și peste 230 de instrumente juridice. Deci, împreună cu echipa pe care o conduc, cu ministerele, cu colegii de la Centrul Guvernului, în clipa de față suntem pe cale să redactăm acest document foarte, foarte lung și serios, care va reprezenta câteva sute de pagini, cu stadiul în care se află România în ceea ce privește fiecare politică, după care cei de la OCDE vor trimite chestionare, comisii de evaluare, va începe acest dialog cu autoritățile române. Atenție, nu e vorba numai despre ministere, sunt și alte instituții implicate, Banca Națională, Consiliul Concurenței, Autoritatea de Supraveghere Financiară și după ce avem aceste discuții, în funcție de avizul dat de fiecare comitet, România va adera la OCDE. Trebuie ca cele 26 de comitete să-și dea avizul și apoi, evident, trebuie unanimitatea celor 38 de state membre. Am văzut câteodată cum a fost cu ocazia începerii procesului de aderare, că acest consens a fost realizat. Deci aderarea la OCDE, după cum spuneam, nu poate avea loc decât în baza alinierii complete a legislației, politicilor și practicilor la cele ale organizației. Deși etapa redactării memorandumului inițial este una preponderent tehnică, demersurile de promovare a profilului politic angajat al României rămân în continuare o dimensiune importantă a procesului de aderare. Deci vom continua și promovarea sprijinului politic și nu numai politic, pentru că este nevoie de sprijin și de lobby din toate părțile, iar cei cu care vorbeam recent, chiar cu cei de la OCDE, ne spuneau clar, aveți o relație cât mai bună cu mediul de investiții din țara voastră, ei sunt cei care vor fi printre avocații cei mai buni ai României pentru aderarea la OCDE. Aș mai spune la final că România nu privește aderarea la OCDE ca un scop în sine, ci mai degrabă ca pe o oportunitate pentru implementarea schimbărilor prioritare, pentru continuarea modernizării societății românești în ansamblul ei, este o pârghie pentru a stimula transformări într-un spectru larg de domenii, de la economie la funcționarea instituțiilor și care se va reflecta ulterior în îmbunătățirea calității vieții de zi cu zi a noastră, a tuturor. După cum știți, deviza OCDE este politici mai bune pentru vieți mai bune și sper ca în curând în această organizație să fim și noi membri, iar aceste politici mai bune să fie o realitate și în România și în toate țările OCDE. Încă o dată vă mulțumesc pentru atenție și aștept discuțiile. Mersi.
Thank you, Mr. Luca Niculescu, for your valuable insights. Now I am pleased to present the panelists of the opening panel called The Importance of FDIs in Romania. So, it's about Mr. Daniel Angel, board member and chair of the FDI Task Force Foreign Investor Council and tax legal and people leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers Romania. Mr. Radu Hanga, president of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and Mr. Jan de Meyer, co-founder and partner of Speedwell. Please join me to the panel. So, as the panel is called, we will talk with the three panelists about the foreign direct investments in Romania and their perspective on the further development in Romania. So, first of all, I will invite Mr. Angel to talk about his perspective about foreign direct investments from the FIC Business Sentiment Index perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And thank you to the organizers for having me here. In the way of doing things in a proper way, I prepared the presentation. I don't know if the technical staff is prepared to present it. Let's see. I think it's on my back, yeah? Yes, perfect. So, I will take 10 minutes of your time to give you an insight of what is happening with Romania FDI and how we are evolving in the context of our neighboring countries, especially Central Eastern Europe, because when it's about FDI, it's also about competitiveness. So let's deep dive into what FDI looks in Romania, just to set up the scene and prepare the platform for a healthy discussion together with my esteemed panelists. Looking to the inflow of FDI in Romania, we see that 2021 was a record year for us with 8.9 billion USD in FDI inflow. However, Romania continued to rank as last among the Central and Eastern European countries in terms of FDI per capita, as you can see on the slide. Although the state of alert imposed by the pandemic virus let's say the authorities took a number of measures throughout the year 2021, foreign investors have adopted and adapted their businesses and to the new economic conditions. And started to unlock the investment projects suspended at the beginning of 2020. And of course, we saw a number of projects unlocked at the end of 2021, but also during the year. The lower per capita FDI stock compared to the region reflects a lack of strategy for us as a country in terms of attracting FDI. At the same time, we saw opportunities around us with many investors leaving Russia and Ukraine, and that, of course, would have been an opportunity for us attracting those investments. However, when talking about FDI attraction, we definitely need to see where our strategy focused and what are the most important FDIs to be attracted in Romania, especially the ones that create value in the economy, that stimulate the local business environment, or are targeted sectors with high added value. And thus, of course, having lasting effects on our economy. When looking to FDI, there are 5 competitiveness measures analyzed by every board of a company, which stays with predictability of legislation, market size, labor market, economic development, and digitalization. I will add to that stability and predictability of the fiscal environment. I'm not yet here. I'm still on the previous slide. No, the previous one. Yes. Just wanted to make a comparison with figures. In Central and Eastern Europe, Poland is the largest country attracting FDI with 250 billion USD between 2000 and 2019, followed closely by Czech Republic with 170, while Romania reached the border of 90 billion last year. As a consequence, I believe there is enough space to attract FDI in the essential sectors of our country. But of course, if we follow a competitive analysis of our advantages as a country. More efforts should therefore be directed towards increasing the quality of workforce, increasing employment in knowledge-intensive services and high-tech manufacturing, and therefore improving digitalization. Also, we need a performant foreign investment agency under the Prime Minister's subordination, and we would like to function as a one-stop shop place for investors, just to replicate the successful models in Poland and Czech Republic. We can go to the next slide, where we see the most important FDIs coming from EU countries. No question and no doubt from that perspective, with the Netherlands, Germany and Austria, looking to sectors like manufacturing, construction and trade, the sectors that are attracting the largest FDI. Of course, you can see here on the right hand of the slide a large disparity between Bucharest and Ilfov, which attract more than 60%, 62.5%. You cannot see it by the chairs, but this is what the statistic shows. While followed by other regions like the central and the west part of the country with less than double digits growth. And we can see that before pandemic, so 2014, 2019, it was an increased appetite of foreign direct investment with the largest share of capital flowing to financial services, manufacturing and retail. Going to the next slide, Foreign Investor Council is preparing twice a year Business Sentiment Index, a survey with our members, just to have a perception on the investment trends we can see in the country and how the concerns are perceived by the business environment. We have selected some important results, September results this year, where we see the following aspects. Most of our members are thinking that the energy crisis and utility prices, no doubt, are affecting and are raising high concerns, 56.6%. Of course, followed by a high inflation rate, which again is not something that it's a question. With supply chain issues, rising prices of raw materials, blockages, supply chain bottlenecks, and food supply staying with 30.2%. And last but not least, labor availability and costs coming from salary adjustments, lack of staff, work from home, lack of qualified resources in all line of activities, with almost 20%. But there are also measures that our investors are looking to find in the government measures, exactly from the perspective of maintaining investors' confidence and attracting more FDIs to Romania. And the most important ones are around stability, predictability, transparency and clarity of the legislative framework. And for example, I remember beginning of this year, we were talking about the digitalization of tax administration, ANAF. They put in place 3 digital measures which are of benefit for tackling tax evasion. But having all 3 of them in the same time, it was a huge burden for companies in implementing and having large costs with finance and IT. So this, of course, raised an attention from the perspective of how the predictability and stability looks like from a fiscal perspective. Other measures, of course, should be taken. The next ones, like providing viable solutions to solve the energy crisis and measures to alleviate cost pressure. After OEG 119, I think things are getting worse from that perspective. Stable fiscal environment, no new taxes, improving the quality of infrastructure and investing in transport. And last but not least, reduction of bureaucracy and digitalization. We can easily notice that the business environment didn't ask for lower taxes or facilities, but more on stability and predictability. And we've made a comparison, which is again very interesting, also from our Foreign Investor Council surveys in the last 3 years, to 2021 and 22. And the biggest erosion in terms of the impact was the impact of legislative framework over business processes, from 25% in 2020 up to 65% in this year. And again, unfriendly decisions like capping energy prices or the last fiscal procedure package or the progressive taxation discussions in the media heavily are not helpful from that perspective. Going to my next and my final slide on an important project for us as a country developed by Foreign Investor Council. It's called VAURMA. What is going to be next? Which present an economic model that can lead Romania to be placed in the top 10 countries in Europe by 2040. Of course, we were helped by UK going out, and our pace accelerated, therefore, and we increased in the top. But it's not enough. And recently, this year, we brought the same country project to the public attention as FIC, with an updated vision for the next 20 years. The objectives and recommendations in VAURMA overlap and are complementary with some of the measures coming from PNRR, made by the government, but also are respecting and are aligned with the recommendations brought by the European Union for Romania. The VAURMA economic model provides an estimate of investment in order to achieve climate targets and ensure economic growth of 160 to 170 billion lei per year. VAURMA underlines the multiple advantages of combining private and public investment together with measures stimulate digitalization and innovation, improving institutional capacity and state-owned companies, protecting human capital by facilitating access to jobs by the European Green Deal and the development of the energy infrastructure. For each of the four strategic pillars, VAURMA proposed a series of measures aimed to stimulate economic growth and compensate the adjustment effort through the Green Deal. In conclusion, in order to alleviate our disparities and to stimulate further investments in production and trade, we need to have a long-term view and looking to the most important four pillars. I think this would be a model to be followed. Thank you very much, and looking for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. I would like to ask Mr. Jan de Meyer. Romania needs investments for its development, right? And the most suitable way is to attract foreign investments. How can we attract more foreign investors in 2023? And you, as an investor in Romania, how do you perceive our country as an destination? Is it an attractive destination for investments? Regardless, we talk about local investments or foreign investments, because both of them are driving forces for our development.
Thank you very much for the invitation first. So my name is Jan de Meyer. I'm from the company Speedwell. So we are a Romanian company and we work with Belgium capital. We were on the list, but it was also behind your chair on the lower part somewhere. So what do? We look for lands, we look for opportunities, and we go to Belgian high net worth individuals and also family offices to invest in the country, and all in real estate. Last year we also set up a fund, our own fund, which is well one, that also gives the opportunity to a lot of Belgian investors to invest here in Romania. What do? We invest in residential, we invest in offices, and we love to do inner city projects. Now, it was not an easy job to convince people to invest in Romania, I'm very honest. I think Romania is still quite an unknown country, especially also in Belgium. People still have the attitude that there is no purchasing power. I think that's a mistake. What we did ourselves, we made a study done by GfK to see what is the real spending power. Of course, if you look at the net income all over Romania, it's quite low. But if you concentrate on the major cities like Bucharest, then you will see that the spending power of Bucharest is almost the same as in Warsaw. So there is potential for people to buy. And that's something that we have to convince also our investors of, that the projects that we build can be sold. It went all very well, to be honest. Of course, we're in the corner of the real estate development, and it's very murky waters these days. Everybody knows we are hit by inflation. All the points that you had in your presentation were absolutely correct. High inflation is there, the supply chain is there. We have to cope with it, but we still feel that the market can absorb those things. What we see today is that sales of residential units are still going on. And if you compare the prices of let's say, units in Romania and you compare it to the rest of Europe, then Romania is still quite cheap. So there is still some flexibility there. Now, what do? We concentrated on Bucharest. We also have projects in Cluj, Timișoara, all over let's say, the major cities in Romania, which are very, very nice to see and also to develop. But now we come into a position, and that's something of the points that really should be worked on, that's stability and clarity. Today, we have bought a huge piece of land in Bucharest. We want to invest 600 million euro. I repeat, 600 million euro. And we're not going to build a nuclear plant in the middle of the city. We're going to choose, we have chosen an old industrial site in the city center, which is completely closed and abandoned today, a ruin. We want to change this into a new project. A mixed project with residential units, offices, retail, small manufacturing, a real mixed project. We got in contact with the people from the EBRD who were saying, okay, this is really a project that we could sustain. Problem is today, we don't get any permits. And that's a huge, huge, huge point. Even to a point today that our investors are saying Bucharest is a frozen city. It is incredible as a foreign investor that you do an investment of 600 million euro in the city of Bucharest and you cannot even get a meeting with the mayor of the city. I cannot explain this to my investors. I'm not joking. For the last 2 years, not a single PUZ or zonal plan has been approved in Bucharest. I cannot explain this to my investors. And why? Nobody knows. Nobody can give me an answer. Okay, I know a lot of things have gone wrong before, and a lot of residential developments or other developments have been done that should not have been done, are not okay. But today we are living in a frozen city. And for me, this is hurting my business directly. Money from investors is very, very liquid. If they feel a certain point of uncertainty of having approvals or permits, they go to Poland, and you're absolutely right. They go to Hungary. They go to other countries. And this is an issue, and I really call upon everybody here to start saying that we have to unfreeze Bucharest today. Because what we do, we invest in real estate, and that goes directly into the local economy. It goes to contractors, it goes to suppliers, architects, engineers. It's really a direct investment into the local economy. And also we provide then space for local business to start up. So I'm a little bit in a corner here today, and I believe in Romania, because Romania, according to me, has huge potential, especially these days. What you're saying, we're talking about nearshoring. People are coming back from China to invest again in Romania. I think the time is absolutely perfect for Romania to step up and to do something today. But we are blocked. I'm very sorry.
I have a question for all of you, because it's sad information saying that Bucharest is a frozen city. From all the perspectives, all the three of you, is Romania, from this perspective, a frozen country? And what should we do? Because it's about mentality, it's about, I don't know, I don't have a word to comment on this, because there is no real reason to have such an approach. I heard 1 year ago at an event, I spoke with someone, not on a panelist, but he says the same thing, that Romania has a mentality which makes it frozen?
Well, I do not agree completely. I've been in Romania for 20 years now, and I don't speak the language. I'm very sorry, because you all speak English too well. That's also one of the advantages of Romania, by the way. I've experienced Romania as an open country, and a country where you could do business and you could talk to people. So the frozen element, I think it's only here for the last 2 years, I'm very honest. We did a lot of developments. We do also developments, like I said, in Timișoara. And I don't want to say that permits and everything have to go easy. That's not what I'm asking. We just want clarity. If you buy a piece of land and there is a zonal plan, then you know you can get a permit, and there are legal delays to get your permits. That's the only thing we ask. I don't ask any preferential situation for bigger project. I just want clarity. And today there is no clarity. And I'm sorry, it's only for us, it's only in Bucharest today.
Please.
So, hello, first of all. Thank you for the invitation. And regarding the question, I really don't feel that we are living in a frozen country. I think that probably things are cyclical, as everywhere. There might be moments when we feel like we are freezing, and this word sounds a little bit inappropriate in the current regional context, let's say. But I feel that Romania is really moving. And yeah, I'm looking at what's happening in Bucharest. I'm looking at what's happening outside Bucharest, mainly in the main cities. We really see a trend of development. And linking that to my position, to the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and thinking that a stock exchange is said to be a barometer for what's happening in the real economy, in the field, we can say that the market is showing that something is happening in Romania, and when I say something positive. If I'm looking at resilience, Romanian market, it's, I would say, the most performing in Central and Eastern Europe. If we look at this year, for example, and this is quite to be noted, considering the context. We have a conflict at our border. Usually we were used to look at Romania as a weak spot, a market which overreacts both positively and negatively when positive or negative things are happening. Now we are looking at the market which is looking at the main index down about 10% from the beginning of the year. And we compare that with Hungary, which is down 27%, Austria, which is down 25%, Poland, which is down 37%. So we really see Romanian market as moving in the right direction. But even leaving apart the figures, we can go outside on the street and we really see that the place is changing. It's not what it used to be 10 years ago, including due to your investments. So I would say I have a little bit more positive tone. Of course, the context remains difficult. We, as a stock exchange, we are doing all that we can to link the capital with the companies. And of course, we are talking mostly about local companies, connecting them with foreign and local capital. I think that there are things to do also when we talk about foreign companies or companies with foreign capital, because we have some of these kind of companies listed at the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and we can talk about big names like OMV Petrom or BRD Group Societe Generale. What we see globally happening is that, I know, somehow in the last 5 years, I would say that the world moved away from building bridges towards building walls. It looks like the world is less global. It looks like each country is looking more to find its own solutions for moving forward. I think that consumers are looking more carefully at the locally produced goods, and this it's including it might be an effect of the COVID crisis. which affected the transport of goods at a global level, and which showed us that there are certain moments when we really have to rely on the goods which are produced close to the place we live, no matter that they are produced by companies with local capital or with foreign capital or with mixed capital, because if we look at the stock exchange, we have there the place where the capital it's meeting with the companies, no matter that it's local or it's foreign. It's a mixing bowl which empowers the growth of the local economy. So I would say, despite the challenges, looking at Romania, the things are moving forward, and we are on a positive track. I think somebody said before that, I think Mr. Niculescu said that accession to OECD, it's not the end. Somehow we are always in a process. We are moving from one point to another, and the point we are moving towards, it's not staying. The point is moving also. So we are in a process, we are evolving, the targets are changing, and I think that we are really doing a good job, despite looking at Bucharest and looking at the current discussions regarding the building permits, there might be in certain areas, in certain moments, some bottlenecks.
Indeed.
Thank you.
So definitely, I'm not seeing the frozen aspect into what regards the country. With all due respect for particular situation, I see the bigger picture. And the fact that FIC last year started to develop an FDI task force, I think that is a significant example. But also looking to the M&A activities. The M&A activities were booming last year and are continuing to boom this year. Surprisingly, despite the tone in Europe, which is a slowdown tone in Europe, we see also an increased appetite for investors, and especially in the M&A field. Of course, we can say that when Germany started to sneeze, we will get a cold a bit later, and probably we'll see it at the beginning of next year, but that's something we don't see it yet. So this is another positive aspect from that perspective. Also, you saw the figures. Last year was Romania investment record with 8.9 billion in a country that has a lot of potential, and as a consultant I have patience, and I'm let's say persistent in thinking for the optimistic part of investing in Romania. But I think we need to grab that potential and start to implement that potential, because we talk for many years about Constanța port becoming a regional hub for investors and for logistics, with goods coming from South Asia, penetrating the EU border and moving fast, freely, without barriers and frontiers to the other neighboring countries. Schengen would be a possibility in doing that, and we hope that is going to happen. OECD is giving us the right citizenship in having an economic say into the big economies and emerging markets. And that is very positive. I think it's the best context, despite what is happening at our borders, that Romania can take advantage of in many instances, whether it would be the investors coming from Russia or Ukraine, whether it would be the two things and topics, Schengen and OECD, that I just mentioned, but is us grabbing that potential and that opportunity. That's why I was mentioning during my presentation that we definitely need a strategy. Look at Hungary. Yeah, Hungary had a strategy on spas and automotive hub. Slovakia, again, one of the, is the hugest automotive hub in Central Eastern Europe, with Poland investing in manufacturing and a number of other industries. We need to refocus that, and as Foreign Investor Council, we are in close discussions with the government and with the Parliament And there is a project in Parliament sitting on, I think, the Chamber of Deputies, if I'm not mistaken, to approve the new formula of a foreign investor agency. And even the Prime Minister announced that this will be a one-stop shop model that we are going to borrow from other, let's say, more developed countries from that perspective, like Poland and Czech. And these are things that gives me even more positive and more optimism into what is going to happen. Of course, I'm sure there may be particular examples where we can see that not everybody is aligned to the same strategy. But looking at the helicopter view and higher view, I think we can be, let's say, optimistic in what is going to happen. Of course, if we take, that's the most important question mark, if that potential which is here for many years, it is for us to grab it now. I think that is the catch-22, if I may say like that.
Thank you. I would like to ask you, Mr. Hanga, we know the importance of capital markets. We know that Bucharest Stock Exchange, as you said, is a barometer for the local economy and its development. You mentioned shortly something about the local capital market. Can you make us a brief overview of the current status of the local capital market and the foreign participation and its weight in the total? Thank you.
First of all, I would like to underline something regarding the foreign direct investments. I've been looking also through the figures, and I saw that the biggest part of that in 2021, of that record figure, comes from the reinvested profit. And that tells me that the Romanian market generates significant profit. And that's another positive to be underlined, that generally speaking, the companies, including the foreign companies, are operating profitably here, and they are generating cash and profit. That means a healthy environment. Talking about the Bucharest Stock Exchange, we have a very good feedback from the market in terms of how we are evolving, how our visibility is growing. Talking about OECD, we've just been a few months ago here in the same building together with the OECD representative and with Mr. Luca Nicolescu, with whom at that point was ambassador to Paris, talking about the strategy for the development of the Romanian capital market, which is something which is part of the big strategy for the development of Romania, and we see that happening in our area of expertise in the capital markets. It's pretty important that this strategy was generated, was pushed forward by the state institutions, by the finance ministry and by the financial supervisory authority, with, of course, the involvement of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, who's the operator of the capital market here in Romania. So I would say that the government is focusing on the development of the capital market. It's building a strategy on that. That strategy is the part of the big picture of the OECD environment. So we are integrating, we are part of a big picture which facilitated the free movement of capital, and that creates me another reason for being optimistic looking to the future. And that optimism, it's based also on what's currently happening. If you look backwards, 5-6 years ago, we were looking at a market with probably 2-3 companies per year coming, getting listed, going public. And I would say this dynamic shows the openness of a country, because at the end of the day, capital market, it's about, if you are an issuer, if you are a company, if you are going public, you are going on a scene, you are making yourself visible, you are showing yourself, it's a sign of openness, it's a sign of connectivity at the society level. So we had 5-6 years ago, probably 2-3 listings per year. 2021 was a record year for us, with 23 companies getting listed at the Bucharest Stock Exchange, which is the total number. It's higher than the previous 6 years cumulated. This year, again, despite of the fact that we are very close to a conflict, and even if we living locally, we got accommodated somehow with that. We learned to live with the fact that we are close to a dangerous place. Looking from outside, looking from big financial centers like London or New York or Frankfurt, we are in a, let's say, problematic area. So you would expect to see a slowdown in terms of investments. You would expect to see a step back in terms of interest, to investors becoming more defensive, let's say. And that's happening looking at the foreign investors. Looking at the local investors and looking at the local companies, we see companies going public. We see already 11 listings this year. Again, much more than we were used to see historically. We see the number of investors growing significantly. 3 years ago, we were at around 50,000 investors in the capital market. At the end of the first half, we were at around 117,000. It was the highest level in the history of the Bucharest Stock Exchange. And yesterday, it just went out the figure of 124,000 for the end of third quarter. So a very good dynamic from that perspective. Companies coming to the market and investors coming to the market and investing in local companies, despite the difficult context, high inflation, for example. So a very, very good dynamic. And what's helping now is that, again, in a world which seems to be more fragmented, more divided, it's quite important to be seen as a company, as an investor, to be seen as part of the local community. That increases your attractiveness. So Bucharest Stock Exchange is really the place that makes a company to look more local, because somehow attracts also capital from the local market, attracts investors, which might be also consumers of your product of your products as a company. So it closes the link, it strengthens the relationship between the company and the market which operates. And we rely on this perspective, and we are looking forward with optimism regarding the companies coming and accessing the Bucharest Stock Exchange and local investor and consumer base.
Please.
Just wanted to align with what has been said with the capital market and the optimism. Of course, as looking to the recent past years, we need to be cautiously optimistic. Taken advantages of what has been implemented and what has not been implemented. And we have many examples. And I will go back one step in identifying, looking on our economy and the prospects, or the, let's say, where the investors, we saw that there were plenty of investments in manufacturing, trade, financial services, but there are also a lot of investments in Romania in shared service centers. I mean, it's natural that the supply chain blockages that we saw around the globe in the last couple of years, that gave us also an advantage, because companies, multinationals, need to relocate much more easy from various countries or various regions which are under attack or under scrutiny. And therefore that mobility will give us the possibility, because they will, in order to move that much more flexible, they need to outsource a number of functions. That's why we can explore our shared service centers. There are many of them in Romania, and that's even more opportunity to create them. We are recognized in Central and Eastern Europe as one of the largest shared service centers developments. The problem is that we don't have a strategy for that. Yeah, or at least the particular association, I'm sure they will definitely have a strategy, but we don't see the macro view. Research and development, another very important thing, because we said that we want to attract high value investments in Romania, but the R&D expenses in gross domestic product is far lower than the EU average. It's like 0.7 or 0.8%, and the EU average is something like 3.2 or 3.3%. We don't have yet a strategy from that perspective. I saw that Mr. Burduja put up in place, finally, after discussions of more than 10 years, I think, a new order trying to regulate much better the R&D capabilities and documentation, and also the permits. So that's another step forward. IT, we always discuss about the exemptions for the IT population, but looking in the past, we saw an immense growth, not necessarily coming from the facilities or from the tax incentives, but coming from our specialized universities in creating smart IT professionals, in exporting a number of services from Romania to other countries. And this, of course, will increase our map on the global IT population and dimensions. And we are renowned for skilled workforce, labor-skilled workforce, but we should not forget that looking to our neighboring countries, we are more or less a Latin country in a space of Slavic languages countries. And our language skills are much better than our neighbors, and hence the shared service centers developments, but also new other areas that can also be developed around that ingredient. Thank you.
Thank you. I would come back to you, Mr. Hanga, and I'd like to ask you, what can you tell us about the strategic versus financial investors on the local capital market and their importance for it?
What can I say? I've been at INSEAD, the school, at some point, and I went there into a board, into a program dedicated to directors. And I went there with the mindset that the capital market, it's at the top of the evolution tree, that a public company with a diversified shareholding structure, it's the end target for any company willing to develop. And I found there that the program was in Asia, and it was somehow focused on Asian space. And the people were talking there about the study they made at Southeastern Asia space. And they realized that the most successful companies on the long term were they use the term family-owned businesses. But that family-owned, it was somehow not how we look at them. When we say family-owned, we think about the company which is owned probably 100% by somebody or by a family. They were talking about companies which were having a strategic long-term investor. And they said that the investor doesn't have to be majority. When they say strategic investor, they were looking at somebody owning between 20 and 30% of the company at least, and whom he has the long-term view and plan and strategy for that company. And the other investors, the minority investors, either institutional or retail, local or foreign, those are just following, supporting, and helping the company grow. But you have to have in any company, if you want to be successful, or if you want to increase the chances of being successful on the long term, you have to have some kind of anchor investors which to have the long-term perspective, long-term strategy for the company he's controlling let's say. So I would say that shaped my perspective. I think that it's pretty important, and it doesn't matter that we talk about Romania, we talk about Germany or any other space. Of course, there might be some exceptions when we talk about huge global players, hundreds of billions market cap, where of course you see a much more diversified investors base. But for a normal company, having the so-called strategic investors, which to have the long-term view of that company, and also having the transparency and the good communication with his partners, including the minority shareholders, very nice place we have. It's pretty important. So it's a mix when talking about, and again, capital market, it's the place where these things are happening, where the strategic investors meet with minority investors, institutional investors, foreign investors, and all working together build long-lasting companies.
Thank you.
So quite a positive view on strategic investors.
Thank you. Because we are closing to the end of the panel, I have two common questions for each of you, and I will start with Mr. De Meyer. First of all, briefly, I want to share with us, what do you think there are the opportunities and challenges for 2023 for the industry you represent? And the second question is, how do you think Romania will be perceived as a secure investment destination considering the current geopolitical environment? And I'm referring here to the war, invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and the fact that this conflict might be prolonged for a longer period of time. Thank you.
To start with your first question, we all know, I think the real estate sector is now in murky waters, I would call it. We have problems with supply chains, construction prices going up, financing more expensive, also for the end user. Also interest rates are going up very high. But then I compare to the country I live in, that's Belgium. I think here we are in a much healthier state than we are in Belgium. I see the market is not over leveraged. The banks have been careful since 2008, and I really appreciate this also in the Romanian company. They have been very careful throughout this period. Lands have to be bought with equity, so nobody is over leveraged. So I don't see too much accidents happening. There will be accidents down the road, and like you said, the real estate has always been cyclical, and I think next year will be a tough year for all of us. That's very clear. But I don't panic. I think fear is the only thing to fear is fear, I always say. So we're not led by fear. We're also a very careful developer. We do everything in steps and in stages, and we see how the market can evolve and change. So for me, it will be like a cleaning of the market, and I think that's always sometimes healthy for a market to be cleaned. But a difficult year, difficult 2 years. We do not. I think we went to Paris also to a conference and also with investors from all over the world in real estate. Nobody knows. We're all careful, and we also feel it with our investors from our side. They say these days, okay, let's wait a bit, let's see if there are opportunities coming up, let's just step back for a moment. So this will be next year, it will be a waiting game, I think, next year. And then to come back to the second part of your question about the geopolitical situation, it plays a role. I cannot deny it. I think, like you said, Romania is a border country now with a country at war, which is a fear factor again, putting on top of the doubts that there already are in the real estate. On the other hand, I think my partner Didier and me, I think we're one of the best ambassadors in Belgium for Romania. It's a NATO country, it's a safe country. We deal with our investors on a weekly basis, face to face, so directly with the investors we are talking with them about their fears. And the first thing that came up after the war started, what will happen with Romania? I told them Romania is a safe country. It's a NATO country. It's there. It's standing there. And also, I think for the moment, a lot of investments will come to Romania, also from military point of view, infrastructure. All these things will happen to Romania. So for us, it's a fear factor, but it's not, let's say, a point where we would say, no, we stop investing in Romania. No, not at all.
Thank you. Mr. Hanga?
Negative and positive, I like the cyclical view. If we think about the leverage, probably one of the main points we used to look when we said that Romania is underdeveloped was the financial intermediation. And we say, when we talk about financial intermediation, we look at assets, banking assets to GDP and loans to GDP. And we now are at the point when we think that maybe not having that much debt at the country level might not be that bad. So I keep the same, I would say, cautiously optimistic view. I think that we are in a difficult place and situation. I think that that difficult place brings also opportunities. I think that there are going to be investments in infrastructure, and I think that we are going to see a speed up now that the northern part of the Black Sea is less accessible in terms of trade. I think that eastern part of the Black Sea coast becomes much more important as a link with Western Europe, and we are there. I think that that's going to support the entire local infrastructure and local economy. I think that again, we rely a little bit more on ourselves, and of course we are committed to do more. For us, Bucharest Stock Exchange, 100% committed in supporting local companies' growth and deliver products and goods to the local economy. So I would say difficult environment and a slightly optimistic, constructive view.
Thank you.
I've been to a conference last week, I think, and it said that apart from our, let's say, internal challenges, the external shocks would be something that we cannot predict, and that will definitely influence our country as being part of the European Union. The winter will not be easy, for sure. We saw a macro volatility in all over Europe, especially, but also some other regions. We see high inflation rate, one of the highest in Europe, and that, of course, should be somehow tackled in order to have a better view on what the future looks like. Also, on challenges, we saw lower spendings on public health, and the budget deficits needs to be maneuvered and controlled in order to have a better view on our expenses and expenditures. While on the other part, on opportunities, I've mentioned about the supply chain and the fact that investors are looking for more proximity sites closer to our country or even in Romania, moving from zones that are not as secure as in the past, and this would be an opportunity for us. Schengen would be a huge opportunity for us, both in what terms of what refers to companies and also individuals. Is no secret that one of the problems for investors is lead time in logistics, and we would like to see our trucks not staying online forever in the borders, because we are not a Schengen country, and we hope this to happen. OECD member is again something looking for the future with a great opportunity for us as a country. In terms of geopolitics, I don't have a crystal ball to see what is going to happen, but of course it's not easy to stay in an unsecure zone. We managed so far in a pretty good manner. But of course, no one can predict what is going to happen from the geopolitics, especially when you are having a border with a war zone. Thank you.
Anna, can I ask one question? When I'm talking with our investors, so we tick off all the boxes like spending power, and I would like my co-partners here to answer that question. One of the main issues is, one of the main concerns today for our investors is that people are still leaving the country.
I wanted to mention the workforce. We could not take all the opportunities. We are one of the largest communities, unfortunately, globally, with I think around 4 million Romanians leaving the country, and this is not stopped, unfortunately, with the youngsters leaving Romania, and hence the opportunities that we can have cannot be taken because of the lack of human resource. Here, I think, I remember Ireland in the 80s had a very rounded package on how to reverse that trend. And it functioned very well, and it turned that it was very efficient for the country. We hope that we will reverse that for Romania too.
Okay.
May I answer with a question?
Please.
Have you seen any young boy or girl here in Romania dreaming about working in a shared service center?
What do you mean with that question?
I mean that the young people are leaving the country for a reason. They have a reason. And of course, it's our job to find that reason and to eliminate it. And I think it's not only one, there are more. Of course, it's linked to the living standards. Of course, it's linked to their perspective. It's also linked to the way they are seeing their future and their perspectives. I think that these are the real challenges. What can we offer them to stay here? Because otherwise, they are going to leave. And we have to offer them, of course, higher living standards, higher salaries, better infrastructure, all these things.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I think healthcare is a big part.
It's living standards, I think, includes education, includes healthcare.
Yes, it's true, but the part of the improving the infrastructure, I think that in Romania it's a process which will take a longer time. So probably what you mentioned before, a high quality level of day-to-day life would be something which is, I don't know, more realistic to offer them.
But we have also be realistic and accept the fact that some things take time. My father says that iarba nu crește mai repede dacă tragi de ea. Some processes, a part of willingness and involvement, also require this unimportant element, which is time.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining to this panel. We will I would like to take a short break because Her Excellency Miss Laurence Auer is on her way to our event. So please, let's take a little short break and we'll come up with the event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we came back after the first panel. Thank you for being today with us. It's my honor to introduce Her Excellency Laurence Auer, which is the French ambassador to Romania since 2020. A career diplomat with experience in the European Commission, she specializes in EU affairs. She acted as an advisor to several ministers, as well as the deputy spokesperson for President Jacques Chirac. More recently, she served as French ambassador to North Macedonia, deputy director for Europe, and director for culture, education, and research at the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Her Excellency, Ms. Laurence Auer, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, thank you so much to Business Review Magazine and the Foreign Investments Council, which is a key actor of the business environment in Romania, to have invited me and to have accepted that along with the French companies, you give us the floor for a roundtable about the present situation. Of course, in those times of economic uncertainties for companies, this forum and the Foreign Investments Council is an important player to represent and voice the concern of the foreign investors in Romania for a stable business environment. I also take the opportunity to thank François Coste, the French Chamber of Commerce, who is accepting to participate with us to the roundtable, and for his unwavering commitment. The bilateral chambers of commerce are key actors to animate the business community, but also to attract foreign new investments from our country, France. This event highlights the dynamics of international investments in Romania, with several countries represented. But for France, let me stress a few facts. The French companies who will participate to the roundtable here are coming to share an experience as investors in Romania, a long experience, for some of them 30 years, 20 years. It's also a presence which is active, new investors, new people, newcomers with the startups, with the tech community coming from France. Our companies represent a range of sectors where France are being established for a very long time. Let me mention NG Romania, who is the largest gas distributor in Romania with 2 million customers, and also the group, who has a systemic importance in the country's energy sector. Schneider Electric Romania, and I take the opportunity to congratulate, because they just, as some others, celebrated 20 years of presence in the country. González Group, active in the nuclear sector, a sector highlighted in the strategic partnership between France and Romania, where we signed the feuille de route 2 years ago between two prime ministers. And the retail sector, which is a major sector of French presence and brand in the country. Our visibility, I always say, is carried by Orange, but also by SMEs, who are so important in the imaginary image of France as a chic, innovative, but also a long-lasting presence in the country. Of course, insurance company with Groupama, François Coste, who is representing as well the leader in the Romanian market. Merci a lot to Christian Preoțu. He's the perfect moderator to the panel, with his multi-dimensional capacity of presenting different activities. Lately, I have to thank him because he's animating the tourism Franco-Romanian encounters, which is a very important sector. He's of course chairing the manoir, the gastronomy art de vivre à la française, who is so much embedded here in this bank. It's a Franco-Romanian bank, Marc Maruș, but we had such a history in this place. Secondly, let me emphasize the historical links between our two countries through the dynamism of our current relationship. We are currently major commercial partners. French companies continue to settle here. After Brexit, we experience a new series of settlements in Romania, but also during COVID period, where the companies saw it was better to be settled in Romania than in Asia, because the transport was complicated. The human links were very essential, and I have to emphasize that as well. It's a political link, it's a social link, it's a link with language. The Francophone tradition of Romania is important for the French companies, for instance, settling in the sector of ITs. We can communicate best in this period. But it's also true in a period of European constraints. With the energy crisis, it's all the more important that we invest in each other's country. It's important that French companies see Romania as a key destination to their new investment, whatever the sector is. And that's also the purpose of our discussion today. Let me just stress as well that France and Romania joined forces historically by the very first intercontinental commercial aviation route, created in 1920, launched in Paris, in Istanbul in 1922, just a century ago. And let me pay tribute to Aristide Blanc, this visionary person who created this bank, but as well signed the first agreement that allowed us to travel by plane. And it was at that time in Bucharest a major country of innovation, would it be in the energy sector, transport sector, train sector, Le Trans-Oriental Express. The proximities of our two countries never ceased, never stopped. Today, the successful Romanian Franco-industrial adventures, symbolized by Dacia, who will launch the first electric car next year, which was acquired by Renault in 1999, is one of the most successful brands in the Renault Group, with a deep Romanian identity. Today, we hope to create new successful industrial partnership. Of course, in the aeronautic sector, let me just mention Airbus that invested in Brasov. In the nuclear sector, let me just mention that we are organizing civil nuclear days at the French residence in the month of November, but also on shipyards with a group which settled in Giurgiu by buying a local shipyard, ATG Giurgiu, and the company is a successful one, Piriu. Today, we also have to stress that we are the third largest foreign investor in Romania. The major French groups are all present in the country. We usually say that 36 members of CAC 40, which is our top ranking of the French companies, are present here. Of course, with BRD in the banking sector, of course, with the service sector, but as well with SMEs. And you know that, for instance, if we take as a broadly number, 4,000, it depends on the statistics, but I would take the largest number possible, employing 125,000 people and generating 8% of Romania's GDP. We are also a customer. France is the third largest customer, the seventh largest supplier of the Romanian economy, and it never was diminished. Today, it's emphasized even more with the reciprocity of commercial links, with European links after French presidency of the European Union, with, of course, newcomers on the markets, which are every minute calling the economic service or Business France, who is present with us today. We continue to increase our French portfolio of investments. In 2021, French investments in Romania amounted 10 billion, and France invested 1.2 billion in the country last year. We have not to be seen as a country of the past. We have to be seen as a country of the future, of the transformation of the country's economy, and as well a major investment in the new sectors. Let me just speak about decarbonization of the economy, digitalization of public services. On all those segments, we are here, and transformation maybe of health infrastructure. We are here as well. We just finished last week a very major business meeting on this topic, and I know that French companies worldwide, renowned for their expertise, their green transition, and their digitalization process, supply chains as well process, can be an asset in Romania here to prepare new projects in PNRR. The strengthening of countries' attractiveness for foreign investments is a key issue. Of course, legislative, fiscal, predictability. Of course, we have to take into account on the military situation in the country and to give an image of Romania, which is a stable image, a secure image for new investment. You can rely on me and my team, who is numerous and has a lot of military people inside. Every minute I meet a new general coming around because we are reinforcing our military presence in Ciuncu, and we're preparing the NATO conference of foreign affairs ministers as well with NATO headquarters, and you can have the assurance that we will today prepare tomorrow's in a secure environment for investments. The expertise of French companies, to finish with, is precious. It helps the embassy all the time to know better the country, its needs, but it's also prepare the tomorrow's industry. You have a country, and you are lucky to have an industry. Romania is an asset for the whole of the rest of Europe, and it is so important that we invest together on the future of the transformation. As announced by Director General of Dacia, Denis Levotte, the next electric Dacia Duster model will be produced in Mioveni, and we are very proud of this news, and we know that we will contribute to the whole of the future of the industry in Romania, as well as other newcomers coming from France. Thank you very much, and merci Christian.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadrice. C'est toujours un plaisir de vous écouter. Et j'invite maintenant... Oh, sorry, I forgot the language. So, press 2. Okay. So, Madame l'ambassadrice, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to hear you and to see you. So, I would like to invite the French panel in our presidium. So, Monsieur Eric Stab from NG, Monsieur François Coste. Please. Okay, so yes, French investment in Romania, it's from long time, it's very big, and not only huge companies like from CAC 40, but as well small PME. And we are not talking about only investment, but we have as well to consider the reinvestment that all these companies are doing in Romania. And that is not considered in all statistics, but it's a huge amount. And French companies that are here still reinvest all the time. So I would like to start with Mr. Eric Stab from NG, who is as well Vice President of Foreign Investment Council and President des Conseillers du Commerce Extérieur. So a lot of activities, but for sure Eric Stab is the right person for this. So Eric, what is your thinking about the French investment in Romania?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Christian. Thank you very much as well to Business Review for the invitation to this Foreign Investment Summit. It's not the first time that I'm attending it. I had the pleasure and privilege to attending it in the past as well, in my capacity as a president back then of the Foreign Investors Council. I mean, it's always good to reflect a little bit on what's actually happening with foreign investors and of course also with French investors in this country. I think what is important in my opinion to highlight is that, and it's been also mentioned by Her Excellency, all French investors and generally speaking most foreign investors as well have found in this country a destination that is welcoming them in all their projects. Also because this country has historically always been very open to foreign investors. And I think it's always important to not only look at things in absolute terms, but also in relative terms. We followed the first panel earlier on with colleagues highlighting also some of the challenges they're facing, and undoubtedly there are many challenges. But at the same time, there are also many opportunities here. And, you know, when you look at yourself, you might sometimes feel a bit depressed. But when you compare, you start smiling, or smiling again. And I think this is also a bit the way you actually feel when you're investing in Romania. It can be a bit of a roller coaster ride, but in a nutshell, when you look back at what you've achieved as an investor, I would say that the balance is very positive. And I think this is something that we should not forget. I think it's also important to bear in mind that It's been mentioned by Her Excellency, we have many large investors, large French investors in this country. 36 of the 40 CAC 40 members are active here. If you look at the top 20 companies of Romania by turnover, you will find 5 companies with French roots. Renault, Carrefour, Engie, Orange, and our friends of Auchan as well. I mean, it shows that yes, the large companies are interested in this market. Yes, many SMEs are interested in this market. In the last week, I got 2 calls from SMEs, French SMEs, telling me, Eric, can you tell us more about the Romanian market? We are interested in investing. There are companies from the tech industry who are increasingly interested in Romania. So at the end of the day, despite all the problems, and when Daniel Angel in the first panel presented the business sentiment index of the Foreign Investors Council, what came out was, well, there are still 37% of the members of FIC who are willing to keep investing in this market in the coming year. You have 35% of the members of FIC who are still willing to expand their workforce in Romania in the 12 coming months. So this is where you see that trust is still there. And the best ambassadors, I say it often, the best ambassadors or investment ambassadors for any country are satisfied existing foreign investors. And I think we are here on this panel actually a good representation of satisfied investors. And I think this is why we do believe in this market, despite inflation, despite high energy prices, despite the fact that there have been a number of supply chain disruptions, despite the fact that it's increasingly difficult to find the right workforce for our projects, we still believe and trust in this country. I think this is what we should always bear in mind.
Yeah, you're completely right, Eric. And we receive quite often new investors in Romania that we present them the country as it really, not like the image that Romania has sometimes in France for so many reasons. But these persons that are visiting Romania are also, as well, after very good ambassadors of Romania, and they are very enthusiastic about investing here, as well for tax reasons and for the proximity and now the, let's say, the strategic position of Romania in Europe that it's very important at that moment. I would like to introduce Mr. Lucian Enaro from Schneider Electric that is with us online and ask him what are your projects, your investment projects this year? What was your activity in the last year about this investment field?
Hello everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, we are investing in services here in Romania. In this moment, Schneider Electric Romania, so Romania as a country, is serving in terms of support more than 25 countries all around Europe in 16 languages. So Romania is recognized and we are investing every day in this field as a support country and a services country. This is on one side. On the second side, maybe we will have a chance to discuss, we have right now a hot topic which is the energy price. In terms of energy price, we are in front of big challenges in this moment all around Europe. That's why Schneider Electric is mobilizing all the forces in Romania to implement and deploy the technology we have all around the world in terms of energy management. When the topic will be on the table, if we consider to develop a little bit this topic, we can discuss about energy efficiency, digitalization, automation. In terms of infrastructure, Romania is coming fast to adopt new technologies which helps on one side to become a pole of industrialization, and you have just had some good news coming industry. On the other side, to become more and more efficient and to be on the Europe map in terms of investments.
Yes, very good. Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a long time that we hear about Schneider Electric. It's more than 20 years now, I believe, and was always an actor in the Romanian energy field. And I remember very much Schneider Electric because I was living in Grenoble, and over there the position is very big, so sounds very familiar. Thank you very much. Talking about investments, I would like to ask Auchan, Tiberiu. I know it's more than 600 million euro invested already in Romania.
Yes, you're right.
In the last 30 years. Or it's more than that?
In the last 16 years, because this year we are celebrating 16 years of, let's say, value creation in Romania for Romanians and for people and so on. So when speaking about investment, we should see it on a different scale. It's not only just bringing money and putting into a business here, but it's about value creation. And for example, I can tell you that we have strong and large and over long periods relationships with our suppliers, and we are developing the producers of Romania here, of agro-food and food industry. They grew with us. And today, just to give an example, about 90% of the food products in Auchan are Romanian products from Romania. More than 85% are Romanian suppliers. And we are building on a whole, at the national level, the relationship, but also on a local and ultra-local partnership with small and medium producers, which are delivering directly to the stores or to our platforms. So building is more than putting money in a business. It's also developing people, our associates. Is also supporting the purchasing power of the customers, of the Romanians, because we are fighting every day for this. Also promoting the healthy food, but also investing means also for us special projects for example, the partnership and helping the Romanian Cycling Federation to promote and to organize the Romanian Tour of Cycling, Tour de Romanie. Then this year was the first year when, in his history of 8 years, this tour was presented on Eurosport in 15 countries to 100 million people. So we had this opportunity to give to Romania something important to be promoted worldwide.
This is a great project, and it's very nice to ask all the companies that are here, not only investors, foreign investors in Romanian, to invest in the good wealth of Romanian people, and be very, very careful about that, because I believe that in the future, the people that are working with us, our associates, I would say, are the more important asset, because there are a lot of investment possible, a lot of fields, but people that are willing to work and are dedicated are, let's say, less and less, because maybe the generation. Regarding your relationship with, I know, these investments, what help would you need more? What do you think would be interesting that the government should do for facilitating the activity, the investment, Tiberiu? What is your opinion? Do you think there will be some interesting actions that should be taken by government to facilitate all the investments?
Very good question, thank you. So we have, I think, mid-term measures to be put in place, and also short-term. We as a retailer, as I said before, we are helping our producers to develop, and we are promoting Romanian producers here to Romanians. So think about the fact that this summer, like the summer before and the summer before and so on, more than 90% of tomatoes and apples and the Romanian agricultural products were in the season from Romania. We have very large range of products, so plenty of categories of products were from Romania. But the season will end soon, and in a few months there will be no more products from Romania to be offered to our customers, even if we want to do it. So what we need from the government is to help the producers or to build an infrastructure of collecting points and warehouses to keep the products over also beside the season. One. Secondly, we are a retailer, so we are selling, proposing to our customers products from all over the country. Now think about the transportation of these goods. The infrastructure had to be improved and more quickly than we did it before in the 30 years which passed now. So infrastructure means also for the auto, the cars, but also for train. And then I think on a short term we should look in the midterms. Think about people who are working in the stores. In Auchan, for example, we have butcheries, we have pain breading every day, bread producing every day, fresh. So we need specialized people. We have to emphasize in Romania on vocational schools. It's very important because people are going to other countries to work, but we have to help them here to be specialized, and there is a lot of work places available, even in our industry, but not only here, also in producing. So these are three measures on meters which should be done. On the short terms, the energy price, the most important, should be kept low because inflation is very high today. You see, in food sector is 19%. It was 19% last month. Enormous. So we have to keep these prices low for the purchasing power of the Romanians. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. It's necessary to have a global image about keeping people working in Romania, and this is as well about energy level that should be kept more human. Let's say. And you know, some of the employers are complaining about forming people, and then when they have the formation, they go to work in other countries like butchers, and there is always this topic coming back. So yes, I strongly believe that government should make some facilities for Romanian companies to keep these specialists in Romania, maybe with tax arrangements for these kind of people, in order to explain that they will have the same level of life, maybe better staying in Romania than going in Germany or France, Italy, etc., where it's as well need a big labor force. Thank you.
Thank you.
François Coste, you are president of Groupama in Romania. Groupama is here since a very long time as well. I always remember the sign on the street. And you are president of the French Chamber of Commerce. And please, could you tell us how feel French companies in Romania? What is their position in the Chamber of Commerce?
So Mrs. Ambassador gave already a lot of details about our business community. What I would like to add is the two reasons why investors from France or elsewhere are very interested in Romania. First, because it's a non-saturated market in many fields. So you have an opportunity to grow quicker, so it's an accelerator of growth, and also because it's a source of global competitiveness when you produce part of the value added here in Romania. The best example being Renault in manufacturing or Michelin, but also in the services field. And you have in Romania many companies which have their captive, internal to the group, service center. So it's a case for Michelin, for Société Générale, for Schlumberger, for BNP Paribas, and for sure many other companies which I would have forgotten. And the reason why is that they see that with Romanian talent, language skills, technical skills, ability to adapt quickly, and it's really something I admire with my Romanian teams, then you can perform very good services from Romania for the benefit of other European or global subsidiaries. An issue or limit is the availability of people. We face in Romania a big issue. We have 1 million jobs vacant. The solutions are not that easy. An appealing one would be that 1 million of diaspora come back to Romania, and we have to make a lot of effort to compensate the huge inflation and the impact of this inflation on the purchasing power of our employees, so that they are not destabilized and going to another job. So I think that for this reason, consumption will remain, even at a smaller level, an engine of the Romanian economy, and together with investment, Romania will avoid recession in the coming years, even if the Romanian economy is depending a lot on what's happening in the West.
Yes, again, I'm sure that we have to make Romania a better place for Romanian people working here, and these are, sometimes natural measures that should be taken, like encouraging people doing sport, encouraging not to spend their Sundays always shopping, but doing other activities, and encourage cultural life. In fact, all these topics that people that went abroad, and as you said, they are very adapted very well, or in France or in other Western countries. So we have to give them good reasons to come back. And I think there are so many, but we still have to work on it. Exactly.
But there are two, this is a message we convey to the authority, there are two key conditions for Romanian to stay and return: health, public health system, and Mrs. Ambassador said that France is contributing to the reform of the health system, and also education of the kids. And I believe that these are the two reasons why, while there is an economic boom in Romania, there are still Romanian emigrating outside Romania.
Yeah, it's true. But already Romanian government, let's say, in the last 10 years solved a lot of the bigger other problems that were present, let's say, like corruption. There is less and less corruption in Romania, and everybody is so happy for this. New investors are impressed about the level of, let's say, fair business done in Romania in these days. Mr. Lucian Mihai from González Group, welcome. I know you are in many fields of activity, in like civil nuclear, aeronautics, etc. Can you tell us a little bit about your activity?
Yes. First of all, sorry for my English. I speak better French, but I try in English. The González Group started its activity in Romania through its two subsidiaries, GMP, González Mecanică de Precizie, near Bucharest, in Florești, Prahova, and Energom in Cluj. The main object of activity of the two units in Romania is the creation and integration of special machines, prototypes, complex assemblies, that include different specialization like mechanics, electrical, pneumatic or hydraulic, automation also. To reach today's capacity, while managing the simultaneous realization of several projects, the González Group invested in the early years in creating an industrial habitat that generates performance. First of all, a core of human capital was created, the core that gives life to our activity. We have identified reliable partners who will be involved in the development of our projects. The objective was to increase the number of collaborators necessary for our activity, suppliers, both in the field of production and of raw materials and industrial supplies, to constitute the critical mass and scale a business ecosystem healthy and strong. We are actively involved in increasing quality, sustainability, and above all, in developing the ability to manage complex projects as well as crisis situations. It is very important that the entire industrial community in France, Italy, Germany, or the United States of America, and the one in Romania realize that through collaboration, the pooling of resources, skills, technology, digitization, we can effectively respond to opportunities, and above all, we can create an economic and strategic environment of healthy business and sustainable growth for all of us. In a context of geopolitical blocks in which everyone puts a lot of pressure, it seems to me very important to find the right commercial models to realize projects aimed at our strategic and energetic independence. In conclusion, I believe that a good collaboration between foreign investors and Romanian companies will lead to the creation of a healthy business environment and sustainable economic growth on both sides. We must have a global vision, but it is important to act locally.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry for my English.
Don't worry. I think we got to the whole idea. And yes, sure. Let's make business, but let's get a little bit out of the presentation of companies and think about. Okay, Eric Stab, I would like to ask you, what do you think French people should invest in Romania? What field? What do you think it's interesting now? How can we call some French investors saying to them that look, we have an opportunity from you, it's a good place, a good moment? What should we tell them?
I think there are quite a few sectors where there's a lot to be done in Romania. I mean, one of the reasons why Romania keeps growing at a pretty steady pace is the fact that there is this catching up effect, this convergence with the rest of Europe, which is generating intrinsic growth. And I mean, there are quite a few sectors which are still booming and where a lot will still be happening in the years to come. IT and digitalization is a clear area where there's still a lot to happen, and Romania, also thanks to its quality resources, does have an important role to play in this digital transition. It was mentioned earlier as well. We see, I would say, a refocus of supply chains and logistical chains away from certain countries which are facing problems. Of course, there is the war at our borders, and we start to see many investors reshuffling their supply chains, and as a result, Romania being, I would say, at the eastern border of the European Union, it does have an important role to play in that respect as well. So I do see potential there. Another potential, which is related, to be fair as well, to what we experience these days with this energy crisis, is of course the development of renewable energy. It is still a booming market. I mean, at ENGIE, we have at the moment 800 megawatt of projects in the pipeline at different stages of development. We do think that we don't know whether everything will materialize, but we do think that there's a lot to be done in that respect. Many large users of energy, it was mentioned also by Tiberiu earlier on, facing this energy crisis and these high energy prices, are actually also now thinking about, say, decentralized generation, so having their own generation on site. So we have many requests from all possible industrial users saying with those high levels of prices, we would actually like to have our own production on site. We would commit over the long term, and I think there is a lot that will happen in that respect. More generally speaking, I think one of the challenges for Romania will be to climb up the ladder of added value. We were speaking about competitiveness earlier on. François mentioned it as well. Indeed, the Romanian market is still pretty competitive when compared with other countries. But at the same time, the key for success in the future will be the ability of Romania to integrate value chains and to come up with services and products that offer a higher added value. And this is true for the industry. It's also true for the services sector. So you see, I've mentioned actually quite a few areas where there is potential, which shows that actually there's a lot to be done still here in Romania.
Yes, I believe as well, and in many other fields. I'm looking...
Also in tourism, by the way,
tourism.
And say in the whole HoReCa industry, where you are a great example of what can be done as well to actually bring up more added value and ensure that, Romania climbs up the ladder there as well of recognition and acknowledgement at international level of the fact that it's a great destination for tourism as well.
Yes, I believe it is, and I believe Romania should invest in quality, in quality tourism, not to fall in this very tempting way of getting easy money, but Romania should be a quality destination, and because we have everything here that is related to quality. So, yeah, I'm looking about Budapest or Lisbon, maybe 7, 10, 12 years ago. And paysage was quite similar with Bucharest now, and their development was quite fast. I believe that Bucharest in 5 years maybe would catch up a lot of other important European capitals, as well about the price of real estate, as well about the salaries of the people working in the place. So maybe this would be the moment where diaspora would come back to a nicest and great living place. François Coste, what do you think about this investment? Where should we invest? Do you agree with Eric? Are there other fields where we should invest? In insurance, maybe?
I will mention insurance after. In addition to what Eric mentioned, I would mention agro food. So there is a lot of opportunity, and I'm sure that Tiberiu will agree with me, to transform more the agriculture raw material of Romania in Romania. I remember that, for example, in boulangerie, how do you say boulangerie in English? Bakeries. There is a deficit of Romania, a few €100 million, so importing more, where actually it could be transformed with the wheat of Romania. So this is one field. The other one is health. But you mentioned where. What I would like to mention is that Romania is not only Bucharest. And if you look at cities, I'm thinking about the north of Romania, Zalău, Botoșani, Suceava. In these three cities, the first employer are companies with French capital. In Zalău, Michelin. In Botoșani, Formen. In Suceava, Amro of Rossmann. And it's very important to look at all the opportunities in the region outside Bucharest. And this is really an axis for us in the French-Romanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to stimulate opportunities, to identify them. For example, next week there is a business tour in Alba Iulia to visit companies like Lactalis, which is the market leader for milk in Romania and at worldwide level, other companies, IPEC and so forth. And then we stimulate opportunities between companies, B2B. Regarding insurance, insurance is still a very limited, developed market, the way you measure the development of an insurance market, you compare all the insurance premium with the GDP of the country. In France, it's 9%, in Spain, 6%, in Hungary, 3%, in Romania, 1.5%. So it means for a company like Groupama, which is market leader, with a good brand, with scale. Scale matters in a relatively small market because with scale you have the skills and you can manage better the opportunities. So we are well positioned to grow with the market. It goes also with the education, the financial education of people, the awareness of the risk. And Romania is a country where the risks are relatively high. Earthquake, now climatic risk, same as in other countries, but also car accident, unfortunately, which the occurrence of car accidents is double as the average of Europe. So there are a lot to do to prevent the risk and also to insure them if they happen so that there is continuity in the life of people.
Yes, thank you, François. There is a lot of changes indeed since '89 in Romania and mostly since the entering of European Union. I'm thinking mostly about agro, for example. Before '89 and not so long time ago, Romanian people were not eating beef so much. Beef was only for milk, and that's why everybody's wondering why there are not beef races that are dedicated to meat, only for milk. This is historical reasons, and there's a lot of opportunities in this field to grow as well beef, sheep, etc., and to catch the difference between the other markets. And for insurance, it's absolutely the same, I believe. Thank you, François. And Mr. Luciano now. I would like to ask you, what do you think? Where should investor put money in Romania? What is your opinion? I think not only in energy and electrical, but please, what do you consider? Little problem. Please, we could not hear you for 5 seconds. If you can start again, thank you.
I would say energy field, of course. Mr. Eric Stark already mentioned the energy field. I will point out 2 aspects on this. First of all, and it was put on the table with this company, yes. But the other side is safety and security, and we all know the geopolitical game we are in and the Romania position on that. From this position, I would point out the necessity to act on 3 stages on the energy field. First is generation, and of course on generation we see a lot of developments on green energy, on renewables. We speak about distribution, about the capacity of energy system to sustain the whole economy and the infrastructure. And last but not least, the usage of the energy. How efficient are we using and how competitive we are on this field. Let's do not forget that we have a historical chance right now in terms of European funds. So Green Deal or Recovery Fund, all the streams we have from the European Union, we need to put in place in Romania. And we have a limited period of time, so we need to implement fast and we need to be efficient and to develop the right sectors. Also, Mr. François mentioned, for example, public health and education. Imagine that we have a lot of hospitals or healthcare segments to develop as greenfield investments or on modernization side. On that side, we have proven solutions, so technology exists. I'm not referring only to Schneider Electric, but to all French companies which are investing in Romania or French companies who are willing to prove the also from the reliability and safety point of view. Imagine that we have a large infrastructure to modernize in Romania, railway, highways, and I think somebody mentioned before, electrification of the roads and electrical vehicles. Good news again from Renault, and we have also, as Romania applies on the European funds, large funds to use on these fields. I would say again, technology, it exists, and it's only up to us to put in place. It's very important to digitize electrical distribution. Why? Because electrification and optimization brings a lot of competitiveness for Romania. Let's not forget that we need to bring some targets on the table regarding usage of the electricity. Automation and digitization are helping a lot, not only from competitiveness point of view, but also from the sustainability point of view.
Electricity, it's more and more important regarding the price, and we all have to be careful about how we use it. And we remember in communist times before 1989, it was a lot of electricity restrictions. So I hope we will not go in the same direction. So maybe all of us being a little bit more wise and using just in a necessary way without so many waste would be great. And there are several solutions proposed by different organisms or as well in the government. There are talks about what nationally could be implemented for this. Thank you very much. Maybe let's go a little bit more in the agro projects. No, what do you think, Tiberio? Do you think there is a good opportunity for French investors to come in the agro business, in, for example, cereals, beef? What do you think? What is more needed now? What would you need more for your supermarkets, for your shops? What products?
Like François said before, we have to have more transformation of the raw materials into more evolved products, generally here in Romania. But we should start considering that Romania is a country with a chronic deficit, commercial deficit. So we are importing, a country, not Ocean, is importing more than exporting for different reasons. But investors should come here to help country to be more developed, to do partnerships with Romanian, and to build the export. It's very important this. And think about the possibility to work on the food and agriculture area in this area, in transforming the products, but also non-food. I think it's a huge deficit on the non-food products, which is importing generally from Asia. No? So let's produce it here. Let's bring investors, French investors here in Romania to build also this production and facilities and to export to Europe. Romania should be a supplier for the European Union. We should be more than only common market, but also producer. You understand?
Yeah, not only a buyer, but yes, it's the collaboration. It's the word now. Investors that would come with know-how, they will implement here a project. This will be produced here, or repair here, or maintain here. I think this is the future of investments, and mostly for Romania. People have to think about not just a market, or a place where they manufacture, like was the loan in the past, but as well a place where people had a collaboration, bring know-how. As we are in Europe, this is very safe and this is for long term. So we should encourage everybody to come here for this kind of projects, food or non-food.
Yes, right.
Yesterday,
and infrastructure and services and so on. So
absolutely, insurance.
A whole of
it's a growing market.
Here. Yes.
I had yesterday some investors in Bucharest that are planning to open to make some farms, some beef farms. I was talking about this, and these are projects of 7 years. So for it's a very long term. I would say the results will be seen by our kids, not from us. But as soon as you start, as soon as you do things the way it should be done, it will make results in several more years. So we should thinking about investing on the future. Yeah? So, are you investing on the future in Romania?
Yes. Can I speak in French? Sorry for, but I think are French people here, and
we'll try to translate. Yeah.
I try to speak in French, and
let's see. Let's try.
Okay. Bon. Of course, we need to invest in machines, in technology, but it's more important for us to invest.
Je crois que nous devrions investir dans la technologie, mais le plus important pour nous est de.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Okay.
If you want, we can do it in English. No.
Bon. Vous avez posé une question. Qu'est-ce que peut attirer les Français à investir ici en Roumanie?
You've asked a question, so what can be interesting for French people to invest in Romania?
Je pense qu'en premier, c'est le succès des sociétés qui sont déjà en Roumanie.
So I think first is the success of the companies that are already here in Romania.
Et ici, pratiquement, je peux venir avec la preuve de investissement du groupe González.
So we are here to make this proof from the González Group investments.
Et je suis convaincu que pour Monsieur González,
and I'm very convinced that Mr. González, the president of González
son
Group,
investissement en Roumanie, c'est un succès.
His investment in Romania is a success that is continuing. So,
pour l'investissement, oui, on investit chaque année dans la formation de notre ouvrier.
We invest every year in the formation, in the schooling of our employees.
Et on a eu un bon exercice en faire venant des spécialistes français qui ont travaillé dans notre atelier.
We had a very good exercise bringing people from France to work in our places in Romania.
Et, en plus, on essaie de tirer l'attention aux organismes de renseignement local pour avoir des contacts directs avec l'école des techniciens. Je me vante un peu parce que l'école des techniciens n'existe plus. Les dernières années commencent à revenir.
So we try to attract the attention of the authorities locally to about the collaboration and the technician schools that are not so anymore existing, and companies are doing their technician schools themselves in the last years.
Yes.
Yeah. I add some comments. Sorry.
Thank you. So I think it's good to have technology, to have c'est bien d'avoir la technologie, les méthodes, les bons endroits pour développer notre projet, mais c'est impératif de penser au futur, de développer le capital humain. Et
it's important to have places where to develop our technology, but in the future, the most important way to develop human capital.
Yes, c'est très important ça. Aussi, je pense que l'interactivité entre les savoir-faire des investisseurs français, parce que je suis roumain, mais je travaille dans une boîte française et je suis fier de ça.
So the interactivity between French investors, because I'm Romanian but I work in a French company, I am very proud of it.
En profitant de leur expérience, nous, on est arrivé on est dans effectivement, on a brûlé des étapes dans notre évolution.
So we win a lot of time in our evolution by taking advantage of knowing all the other process of investing in Romania and their defaults and what were their history. Yeah.
Et ça nous a amené dans on est pratiquement, pareil, je me vante encore une fois, on est presque au même niveau ici en Roumanie, avec notre collègue, notre filiale, oui, qui sont en France.
So I'm very proud to say that our level here in Romania it's the same as the one in France. So yeah. So this is great. I believe this is the target that every company should have to. Not necessarily the environment that can be not so high level at some time, but the level of the market in their own investment country. And we did the same from our business. Always our target, always our benchmark were big companies in France, in US, in very developed market. So we were looking there because if not, you are very happy with nothing. And if you continue to be very happy with nothing, you will remain with nothing at some time. So, yes.
Et comme ça, on est arrivé de développer des projets ici en Roumanie avec notre collègue, des projets pour aérospatial. On a en 2020, on a livré des plateformes mobiles en Guyane française pour la construction de Ariane 6. On a développé des projets pour CERN, on a développé des projets pour General Electric et pour le nucléaire. Mais en France, j'espère qu'on va développer, on va arriver de travailler avec Tchernobyl aussi.
Hopefully, yeah.
Donc il y a beaucoup de boulot ici en Roumanie. Il faut seulement, je pense, réunir les forces pour venir avec des solutions, avec des réponses aux besoins du marché roumain.
So yes, we did a lot of projects here in Romania that we export in Guyane, for example, for aerospatial, or several other important projects where the team of Romania participated and had a great success. So this is the future. This is what we should invest on, and being at this level, very competitive on the world market. Yeah, thank you. Bravo.
Je vous remercie.
I thank you as well. So, yeah, we talked about possible investments. What do you think about taxes? Is Romania a fiscal paradise or not, or several fields? A lot of people are seeing it as a fiscal paradise, but let's see what can be done more or less. So, what do you think is the future in taxes? Eric Stab, can you?
I'm not quite sure what the future in taxes is and lies, but what is true is that I'm a bit coming back to what I was saying at the beginning. Taxes is typically a topic where you need to look at things in relative terms, not in absolute terms. And it's true that when you look at the tax regime in Romania, it remains fairly competitive on many aspects, not on all, but on many. And the question, of course, is what will happen in the future. And this is why any potential change to the tax regime needs to be, discussed before with those who would be affected. At the moment, I mean, if I speak about the energy sector, there's a lot of talks about new taxes and so on, because some energy companies do benefit from this crisis and others are heavily negatively affected. So, I mean, there is by nature, this is one of the most powerful tools that any government has at its disposal. There is by nature a tendency to try to, review and reform taxes. This being said, to be fair as well, we've had many changes to the tax regime in the last few years, but things have calmed down somewhat. So we've had quite some stability in that respect. And I think, if I look back at some of my previous interventions here at the Foreign Investors Summit, and I know that many other company representatives use the same words. I mean, what matters to investors is basically 3 words: stability, predictability, and transparency. Well, this also applies typically to taxes. If you have stability, if you have predictability, if you have transparency, you will be much more inclined to invest than if you don't. And I think this is why it's so important to have proper consultations with the business community when changes in this area are planned.
Yeah, this should be made a little bit slower and with a lot more regards about the business community, it's true. And predictability sometimes were not so easy in Romania in the last years, with a lot of day to tomorrow changes. True. François Coste?
To add, of course, increase in tax is something which can be contemplated by Romanian state as it is elsewhere. But before talking about increase in tax, I think the priority is better collection of the existing tax, because it's very unfair that some company pay tax and competitors do not, or not to the same level. So better collection, and second, efficiency of the state in the state budget. So in our company, we all strive for efficiency. I would expect that the state will do the same.
Yes, this is a fantastic expectation, and we all expect this. Let's hope it will be at the level you expect. Tiberi, do you have anything that we should add here about?
When you talk about Romania fiscal paradise, I was joking by remembering that I liked a lot the song of Vanessa Paradise, but it's no connection between. Romania is not a fiscal paradise, but the fiscal system helps companies to move forward. Anyway, we should see on the both sides. First of all, how we collect the money, and second, how we are using the money. Because it's not only to see should we increase the taxation or not, what will be done with this money? Do we have good infrastructure, good roads, good education, good schools? So I think this discussion, anyway, at a Concordia level, our Confederation of Industries, we are discussing with all the administrative and political partners, stakeholders, to help develop Romania in this way.
Yeah, it's important to pay taxes. Absolutely, this is, I believe, one of the first rules when you start doing business. It's pay your taxes, and you will benefit as well of the environment and infrastructure of the place where you are playing. Yeah, great. So, do we expect challenges in Romania regarding the war in Ukraine, regarding all these challenges that are all around us and make things uncertain? Lucian and Aro, do you think there will be challenging times, 23, 24 coming? I believe yes, but how do you see it?
We're already facing challenging times. If you are looking only on the energy price you mentioned before, but before challenges, I would like to add something on the taxes topic. Everybody is looking, and I'm in line with opinions for the predictability. So, Romanian states is proposing tax systems based on the infrastructure in Romania. infrastructure which needs to be modernized. And we saw in the last few years a lot of efforts here, and besides the investments in the IT systems, also investments in the software infrastructure. But on the back, there are a lot of data centers. So data centers are also a hot point, or it's a hot segment for Romania, and we need investments, and we see a lot of investments from our side, and Schneider is happy to contribute also on this topic. And I'm coming back right now on the challenges. On this moment, from our estimation, data centers are consuming about 3% of the total energy consumption in Romania. It's not a lot, but this is increasing because digitalization is a very important mega trend, not only for Romania, for entire Europe. So we expect more and more data consumption, data analysis based on the information we have from different segments. Doesn't matter, it's an industry segment, it's a public sector, it's an infrastructure sector, so we will have more and more IT infrastructure developed, for more and more data analyzed and utilized, and as a result, more and more developed IT infrastructure and data center infrastructure. End of the day, we follow more and more energy needs, and this must be sustained from the grid. And imagine the data center segment is just a small one. Challenges already on the table, and first one is energy price. Energy price is hitting especially some industry where energy is in the mix is very important. Doesn't matter what kind of energy, electrical energy, gas, coal, or you name it. On the other side is the energy availability. Energy availability will be a topic on everybody's agenda next year. And third one is safety. Safety of supply, or the ability to have an alternative on the daily operation for the companies. So I will point out the energy as first challenge for the Romanian economy next year. I will not point out on geopolitical aspect, because these are not a topic for the investments in Romania, but we see also very large deployments of production to support the new landscape.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Do you see other types of challenges in the? They are quite enough. I must say, energy, force work, safety. But despite all these challenges, people are still investing, and we saw quite good year in the last year regarding money entered in Romania. François.
So last month we had our business committee met with the Prime Minister and part of the government, and in introduction I started by highlighting the very strong point which we find. Then we have challenges, but let's talk about the strong point: growth. 5.2% growth in the GDP in the first half of the year. It's outstanding. And again, it let us think that there will not be a recession in Romania, even if consumption is slowing down. The second is stability of the currency. The leu is stable, unlike in Hungary, unlike in Poland, and this is a strength. Of course, it goes with very high interest rates, but I think the financial system of Romania is well managed. We have a strong, independent National Bank of Romania. Look at the growth in foreign direct investment in the first 8 months of this year, plus 48%. It's a vote of confidence. The perspective of entry in Schengen and in OECD, in English is OECD. These are good perspectives for attractiveness of Romania for investors. We believe it is going to happen at a rather short term. And actually, on Schengen, I want to say that our business, French-Romanian business community, is mobilized along with the authorities to say that yes, we want it, we need it. For sectors like transport, it will ease a lot the going through the borders and so forth. So I think there are a lot of positive gas in the Romanian economy and reason for investors to stay, to invest more, and further to come.
Yes, if I may comment on what François has just been saying, I think among the strengths of Romania, which we haven't really mentioned, there is resilience. I mean, just look at how in the end Romania managed to get through the pandemic crisis, the way Romania managed to get through previous crises as well. There's adaptability as well. I mean, it's a country that is able to adapt itself pretty fast. So yes, it's undoubtedly true the geopolitical environment is a matter of concern, but at the same time, I do believe that Romania can actually get through these challenges pretty smoothly. Now, there are some aspects to address, however, and I think one of the key aspects which everybody will have to work on is to better anticipate the potential consequences of what lies ahead of us. Because I think Romania is very good at reacting fast when it's facing the wall. I often say that in Romania, we're not really long-distance runners, we are good sprinters. So when we still have 100 meters to go, we're really good. When we have 10 kilometers to go, well, it's a bit more difficult to say prepare and anticipate your effort. And I think this will be key with the problems that are probably lying ahead of us. But there we as a business community have an important role to play, the French investors, the foreign investors, all Romanian investors as well. And I think we'll have to work hand in hand with the authorities on this. But I'm pretty optimistic that we'll make it. And I often quote famous people when I intervene in events like that. Today I'm going to quote, because we're speaking English, I'm going to quote a famous US industrialist, well known, better known to the ladies in the room actually than to the men, Vidal Sassoon, well known for cosmetics, for shampoos. As you will have noticed, I have only a limited need of shampoo, but Vidal Sassoon once said, "The only place where success comes before work is a dictionary." But it's an English dictionary. If you open up a Romanian dictionary, you will notice that lucru sau munca come before success, which shows that actually if the Romanians just open up their dictionary and do things in the right order, they will be successful.
Yeah, let's hope they don't stop in noroc, luck in Romania, which is before success as well. Yes, I strongly believe that Romanian people are very adaptive, and this is much because of the history of Romania, where Romania was occupied several times by Turks, Hungarians, etc., and Romanian people had to change and to adapt the new conditions very fast. In Romania, people changed from Cyrillic to Latin alphabet in like 20 years. It was very fast and very strong. Some lessons of adaptability, absolutely. And this is one of our biggest force. We don't plan very much, it's true, but we are very adaptable. And in the good environment, Romanian people progress very much, and they are highlighted very often. Yeah? would you like some add something about our discussion? It's,
if you allow me, I'd like to add something. The panel is about foreign French investors, but I'm deeply convinced that our French investors are deeply Romanian companies. And we don't want to be regarded, classified between foreign and Romanian companies. So we are Romanian companies because we put capital at risk in Romania, because we hire, Mrs. Ambassador say, 125,000 direct jobs in Romania, because we contribute to the internationalization of the Romanian economy, we contribute to its upgrade, because we mobilize in our supply chain hundreds of thousands of companies with autochthone capital. So we are deeply Romanian companies, moreover because of the intimacy between the two cultures, the two countries.
Yes, which is long-term cultural and economical and political relationship. And we still thank to Napoleon that he permitted the unification of the three Romanian countries. Huh? Yeah, Napoleon III, absolutely. Is there maybe any questions? Would you like to ask something on our guests? If not, we thank you very much. Thank you very much for participating, and we see you next time, and we see you often anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have now the honor to welcome His Excellency Dr. Per Gebauer, the Ambassador of Germany to Romania, who will share with us insightful interventions and informations about the importance of Germany as a strategic foreign investor for Romania. Your Excellency, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello everybody, thank you very much, distinguished guests, dear friends and colleagues. Great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this Investors Summit, part of this German panel, with Germany obviously being a very strong economic investment partner of Romania. Ladies and gentlemen, the job of a German ambassador in Bucharest, in Romania, is fantastic, I can tell you. You live in a wonderful country, you meet excellent, great people, and one of the key aspects is that every door opens for you. You have access to pretty much everybody in this country. And while I would like to feel that this is a result of my personality, of my being so nice, the reality I know is different. It's because Germany is attributed great importance, not least because of the great success of the German-Romanian business relations. So it's basically that I owe the German business sector, the German investors, a lot when it comes to the easiness of my work here as a German ambassador. And this is no surprise if you look at the numbers. There are more experts later on to tell you more in detail, but Germany is by far the biggest trading partner for Romania. I think we hit last year 32 billion, we're up to 35 billion euro this year, and I think the course is set for a further increase in the future. We are de facto the biggest investor. There are so many German companies already here enlarging, broadening their investment, more German investors to come. And what I find particularly impressive is the fact that it's not an investment merely in cheap labor, workbench kind of industrial work. More and more we have seen a shift in the last decade to highly skilled jobs, to jobs focused on IT, on IT skills, on innovation. So this partnership is a very fruitful one, which I do believe is beneficial for both Germany and Romania, given also the fact that the German business is always focusing on training, on know-how transfer, on added value, on local content, which makes it beneficial also for Romania to have Germany as investors here. So again, we'll hear more on that on the panel. Of course, Romania is much more than an excellent economic partner for Germany. We are close political partners, which is of particular value in these days of crisis, in this time of a brutal Russian aggression in the immediate neighborhood of Romania. So we heavily rely on this very fruitful partnership in the EU on the transatlantic alliance, which we're both part of. So this is very, very important. And again, we might have a chance to tap further into this when we have the panel later on. And of course, culturally, our two countries are linked for centuries, not least to the great heritage of the German minority here in Romania. And one of the most fascinating aspects I do encounter frequently is the fact that this German minority is not perceived as something awkward from the Romanian perspective, but on the contrary, the Romanian government, the Romanian society very much cherishes the added value, the contribution that this minority has given to the development of the Romanian society and of a modern Romanian state in the last centuries. So with that, I will leave it with my introductory remarks, because I know we have a panel coming up with excellent experts from the German business sector, and I'm more than happy to join this panel at least until 2:30 when I have to hit the road again. Looking forward to engaging, debating the various questions at hand, and I do thank you for your attention at this stage. Thank you very much.
It's good to be here. I'm Theodor Artenie. I'm going to moderate this panel. I'm the head of tax at NÖR. It's a real privilege to be in such esteemed company. Thank you all the panelists for joining us in this discussion. I'm going to do as little talking as possible today, and I'm going to mainly leave the floor to my esteemed colleagues. Before moving ahead, I would like to thank His Excellency for joining the panel. I think that's a very good addition to our already interesting topics that we have on the list. And before we move on, I think it's a good opportunity to introduce our guests. So I'm going to start with Dr. Christian von Albrechtsfeld, who is the head of country Continental Romania. He started his career in Continental as development engineer in advanced development, and after having different management positions, he joined the Romanian team in February 2009. So that's quite a long presence here in Romania, and I've seen that you speak very well Romanian, so that's very he's also the general manager of Continental Automotive Romania, leading the company in developing activities in connectivity, autonomous driving, clean mobility, and so on. He studied electrical engineering at Darmstadt University of Technology, where in 1997 he received the doctoral degree in engineering. We are then accompanied by Mr. Mihai Boldijar, who is the general manager at Robert Bosch. Welcome. He's also the Vice President, Region Romania and Bulgaria, President of the Romanian Automotive Partnership. Since 2014, he holds the position of General Manager at Robert Bosch SRL, as well as the position of representative of the Bosch Group company in Romania. He has been with the company since 1995. And I also believe we have an additional guest who is going to join us via a video conference. I think we should... Not yet. Okay then. While that happens, and I don't want to spoil the surprise, I would start by asking you, Your Excellency, from a geopolitical point of view, what do you believe are Romania's main challenges now in the present day? And also, to keep it optimistic, what are the opportunities that we can leverage on?
It is indeed a time of many challenges, not only for Romania, but obviously for all of us, for Germany as well as our fellow Western and European partners. We have seen the start of a war in Europe that we didn't really expect in that form, and that we certainly not had hoped for, which of course has changed the geopolitical picture tremendously. So the challenges obviously is now to make sure that Ukraine can be victorious in fighting back the Russian aggression, in reconquering the territory, because it is clear for us we cannot accept that aggression pays off. If this was the case, if Russia was successful, this would not be the end of the story, it would be the beginning of a horror story for the rest of Europe and probably worldwide. So we have to make sure that aggression does not pay off, and that's why we are staunchly supporting both Romania, Germany, and of course, together with our European and transatlantic partners, the Romanian defense efforts. I always say, and I mean it, I'm deeply impressed by the defense spirit of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. In the beginning of the war, there were many international experts that felt like, wow, this might be over very soon. Russia might just take over Kiev and the rest of Ukraine. The contrary turned out to be true. Again, Ukraine was tremendously successful in fighting back this first wave of attacks, and it is our obligation and it's our interest to see Ukraine victorious in regaining its territory, that there be no doubt it cannot be accepted that one country invades another and gets away with it. So this is a challenge which of course also has a lot of repercussions, further challenges for also our societies. One is obvious, is the rise in energy costs as a result of this war, as a result of Russia making use of its energy resources as a weapon under various dumb pretexted cutting back on deliveries, in addition to, of course, us sanctioning Russia in that field, in many fields. So this, of course, meant rising energy prices, putting a heavy burden on both the industry, the economic sector, as well as the private households. Romania has to cope with that, Germany has to cope with that, and we all have to cope with that. And in that sense, these are major challenges. But you were right in asking, are there also opportunities? And when it comes to Romania, I dare say that Romania is one country that has been able to prove itself as an outstanding partner and ally in these times of crisis. Romania has been there when there was a need to take in refugees, and they are still hosting up to 100,000 refugees here in Romania. More than 1 or 2 million enter the country. So there was a tremendous support effort that Romania was delivering. Romania is there when it comes to the need to coordinate humanitarian aid and to be a hub for delivery of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, or vice versa when it comes to exporting Ukrainian grains and wheat. And of course, militarily, you can count on Romania as a staunch and reliable ally in securing the southeastern flank of our NATO territory. In all these areas, Romania has proven to be an outstanding partner and friend. And this, I think, does pay off. It pays off in the sense that Romania is much more on the map of political decision makers. I sense this very directly and clearly in an increase of political delegations coming from Berlin and visiting Romania. And I'm always happy when they come, and many of them for the first time, and say, listen, I didn't expect Romania to be such a great country, and to have Romanian interlocutors that are so fantastic. So Romania is very well making sure that its efforts and its achievements are seen. And I'm optimistic, despite I know of the obstacles still ahead of us, that this will also pay off in the sense of Romania's interests when it comes to Schengen accession, lifting of CVM, and other aspects, that Romania's interests are more clearly listened to from its partners. And in that sense, I do hope that we will see also progress soon. So, sorry for a long answer, but that's where we stand when it comes to challenges. On the other hand, opportunities as well.
Thank you very much for the intervention. Before we move on, I want to take this opportunity to introduce our final member of the panel, Mr. Andreas Lier. Welcome. I'm sorry that there were some technical problems and you couldn't be with us from the beginning, but we're glad you're here now. So I'm going to introduce you briefly, and then we can just move on with the discussion. So Mr. Lier is currently the president of AHK Romania and the managing director of BASF Romania and Bulgaria. He has a degree in economics and joined BASF in Germany in 1992. so quite a long time ago. 4 years later, he took over the first managing director position abroad in Russia. Afterwards, he had various management tasks for BASF worldwide in South Africa, Middle East, China, Turkey, Eastern Europe, Ukraine, and currently Romania and Bulgaria. So I would venture to say that he's quite experienced in emerging markets. He is the former president of the German-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he is a strong supporter for an improved competitiveness of Romania. In this context, he advocates for a strong Romania in a strong Europe and implicitly for developing further German businesses in Romania. Given the ongoing EU Green Deal framework, there is a huge opportunity, and he's doing his best to get the best out of it. But the cooperation with entrepreneurs is a key for his goal, in his opinion. The entrepreneurial mindset is wired and oriented to complete the large company's capacity to level up a sustainable idea. Welcome, Mr. Lier. I'm going to start with the first question. So we heard the perspective of His Excellency, Herr Gebauer, but now I think it would be very interesting to also hear the perspective of the businesses here with boots on the ground. So what is your opinion as investors? Is Romania still an investment destination? Will it remain this way? We all know we had relatively good credit ratings recently, so we are deemed as stable. But all things considered and the context, what do you believe? I will start with Mr. Boldijar, if that's okay, and then we can just work our way.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, it's an honor to sit here near Your Excellency. Very emotional and very touching opening from your side. Thank you so much, as a Romanian. Yeah, and of course my colleagues in the panel. From our perspective, we have decided to open the operations here in Romania in 1994. So it's a long time ago. It's 28 years or so since Bosch is newly represented here with an office in Bucharest at that point in time. But of course, the history of Bosch in Romania is longer. It starts actually after the First World War. So since then, we have constantly and continuously built up our business here. We have started, of course, small, with a few people, and mainly with trade activities. But then we said, what would be if we will think about a production here? And we have opened Blaj in Alba County because we still have a very important supplier for linear technology, and then we have extended further on with automotive in Blaj. And then we said, what if we will actually step into services business? And we have acquired in Timișoara a call center of 123 people or 27 people back in 2007, and then we have continuously, of course, expanded the BPO services in Timișoara. Now we have more than 1,300 towards 1,400 and still counting. And then I said, what if we are looking for another production facility, because it seems that Romania is offering something. And what it's offering Romania is actually a very good labor force, very good universities, a stable ground, and yeah, why not? So let's go for it. So and then we have decided to set up a second facility, production facility in Cluj, or near Cluj in Jucu, and which is now one of the biggest, of course, and we have basically fulfilled all the plans we had back in 2014. So we are now at a full capacity. And then I said, what if we would actually have also R&D? And we said, yes, let's go for R&D. And now we are in the midst of erecting the second building in Cluj for R&D, where we have also 1,400 people or so. And the history will continue, and the story will continue because the history was successful. I'm saying that Romania is still a very attractive spot for investors. Everybody, I think, of us which are here, born or working here in Romania as an investor for medium, for small, for big companies, must be, sorry for that, an ambassador for this country and should advocate whenever we can and we have the opportunity to advocate for companies to come and invest in Romania. Of course, we have to do here our homework. And this, we know, education, infrastructure, and the list is long. But again, I think that in a very close cooperation, and this is something that I wish to be much stronger, between the business community and authority, being local authority, being central authority, maybe the university and social society, with a common, following a common purpose, developing this country. I think this will be our task for the future. Because I don't think that there is someone which invested in Romania and is not happy. Everybody is happy. Of course we have to deal with different issues, smaller or bigger and so on. But we are doing good businesses here, to be very honest.
That's great. What about you, Mr. Liu? How do you see this? How do you see this topic?
Yeah, so first of all, many thanks for the invite to this interesting panel round. I'm in Romania now since 3 years and had the honor since 1.5 years to be the president of the German Romanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, AHK. I'm representing BSF as the CEO in the company, but I will talk today more on behalf of the AHK. And as you know, the German business has long tradition. So we had just recently our 20 years celebration as AHK here in Romania, our 20 years jubilee. And we are talking about a 33 billion euro bilateral trade last year. And this year it looks like we are coming close to the 40 billion, what is very significant. So at the moment, the first half year was 18.4 billion euros, that's a plus of 12.3%. So we are developing in a very nice direction, and we have 600 members in the AHK, and they are responsible for around about 250,000 people employing. So we basically feel daily the pulse of the industry in the country. There are 7,500 companies active in Romania overall. And Dr. Gebauer already laid a bit the background of the situation where we are in, what is a real challenging situation with the current Russian war in Ukraine. We had the Corona crisis, we had a lot of other crises with the energy we are now in. But basically on this we see a lot of opportunities. And let me highlight, Romania was, is and will be a real, very interesting, excellent investment location. And in future, there are a lot of opportunities we see at the moment which are about to come. And I talked recently at the meeting about this. One is, of course, the energy card, which Romania can play in future. I mean, we have here, at the moment, Romania is around about 8 billion cubic meters of gas. By next year, in 2 years, they can become fully self-sufficient when the around about 200 billion cubic meters in the offshore gas will start to be explored. And with this, there's also potential to further attract also investments in Romania. But not only, also the Green Deal is setting a very interesting frame for Romania with the possibility for renewable energies, for the solar and wind energies. As you know, Romania is already the second largest onshore wind area in Europe. So they are looking also now into offshore possibilities. So with this, there are a lot of opportunities, basically. And let me just highlight one, two more topics which are quite important, what we see. And Mihai also already mentioned this with the investments, what Bosch is doing, and for sure, Christian will come back to this. Romania developed since a while from the prolonged workbench toward innovation hub. And this is due to the fact that there are excellent people. So, and we just have seen this at our German-Romanian Business Award, where we had 64 excellent applications. So it was really difficult to find the best ones, and it was an honor for me to be there in this round. And innovations is also with the BSF and AHK Innovation Hubs. So we have it next week. Startups will be there presented. So there's a lot of innovation power, and I would say it's a powerhouse of innovation. It's a powerhouse of energy in future. So I'm very optimistic for Romania. And in terms of this panel, I have some more interesting topics we can discuss about.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting point of view. Mr. Albrechtsfeld, what is your view on this topic?
So Michael and Mihai and Andreas just mentioned already some topics in this direction. So we started about 22 years ago, 2000, and maybe also show this by this story in which direction mainly the topics are going. We started at that time in two directions. On the one hand, of course, at that time there was cheap labor force. It was fabrication in the direction with low labor costs. On the other hand, already we have seen that we have, I would just say, some typical East Europe environment, which means every town of 200, 300,000 people has university. And very good theoretic universities. And finally, with this, we started immediately also with research and development, 22 years ago. Currently, we are, by the end of last year, 17,500 people here in Romania. We just invested overall 2.1 billion Europe, only last year about 150 million, and grew in the direction of more than 500 people in 1 year. So, and this is something where we just see that this trail can go on. In the last years, we even made more and more also as a focus research and development. We have now more than 1/3 of the people working in this direction in Romania. And I guess this is one of the opportunities which Romania has. A lot of people, young people coming out of the university with these new technologies. We need whatever, 70,000 to 100,000 engineers per year out of universities, which is also a big challenge because we don't have it in this size. But all the companies which are coming, which want to develop here, they have this need. And we need to look how to bring this. With this, we have a very young workforce. In our centers of research and development, the average age is somewhere 30, 32. So with very young skills, new skills, also together with the universities, we just developed different courses. We just initiated only 3 years ago now new master courses in artificial intelligence, in cybersecurity, in Internet of Things, in big data management. All these topics which are now the topics to come. We all know we have the Cybersecurity European Institute in Bucharest. They need people. So finally, and this is what we need to just bring to the country to make this understand. I always just say we need somehow an initiative, even if university work is of course something independent and it's good like this, but something like an initiative Romania 4.0, 5.0, whatever in this direction, to just push this, not everywhere, somewhere single, just initiated together with some companies somewhere, but really pushing in the whole country. And I think this would help a lot in this direction. I think we will come later also of the challenges, clearly. Now having energy prices which just exploded, we have, we all know, we have here industries for, what is English, engagement, fertilizer and cement and whatever, which even closed now. They just say we cannot just do it anymore. Also Andreas has some examples in this direction. So finally here we need to see how to work in this global, really global ecosystem currently, which we have in this global constellation, where here our gas prices exploded, even if more than 70% of the local energy is done somehow by state companies, where the cost did not increase so much. So finally, to just bring this down would not be, I think, the big issue. And we have the competition of America, where we just see that whatever the gas price, being a very local situation, is not exploding so much. So we are in an international competition where finally the companies need to see where can I still do business. But clear opportunity absolutely in the direction of IT, in the direction of high technology. For example, also I would just see a big advantage with the PNRR. So with the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, 30 billion euro coming now in, and they need to be invested. And this is something very important. So we as Continental, we were able in this direction to coordinate on our initiative an IPK program, so an European project on 500 million euro being part of the PNRR. We came with the initiative, we were just defending this at the European part, so bringing 500 million on microelectronics to Romania, where I also just say that's also a topic which is part of the future. So therefore, big opportunities, but of course also big challenges, energy, inflation, infrastructure, all these topics, I think we all know it. And currently from the politics also very clear, we need to be very carefully. It's always good to just compensate somehow and let people just have the same lifestyle. But currently we have a problem not with money, we have a problem with the amount of goods in the country. So if there is not enough gas, if there is not enough microelectronics chips coming, if there are not enough goods to bought, you can give the people more and more money. This means only the prices are increasing because there will be not more goods. So therefore, it's a question how to just raise different salary and help topics in a way not to just push even further the inflation. And I think this is a very challenging topic. You know this much better than me. I'm an engineer. But how to just do this in the country in a very decent direction.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful. I will try and just extract some ideas that you all mentioned. I think I heard is that we have great potential in the area of the workforce, which has greatly evolved during the last decade or so. We moved from low value added to high value added work. What I also heard, maybe between the lines, is that this may slowly become a challenge because the demand cannot keep up with the supply. So, as we all know, there's a high level of migration. Now the workforce is moving abroad for one reason or another. What are German companies doing to make sure that they have the workforce and the resources they need? How do they tackle that challenge? What is your view?
So what are doing the companies in Romania, not only the German companies, but of course if we are here in a German panel, we are talking about German companies. I think German companies were maybe the first ones which has introduced the dual education system. Based on the experience we have in Germany, in Austria and Switzerland. All the companies I know, German companies, were and are very active in that field, because if we are not ensuring a certain level of skills for our future employees. We cannot actually afford us to let them operate expensive machines, expensive production lines, CNC machines, whatever. Because what we are doing, especially at least we and also Continental, it's a very high added value work. So the products are, and we are fortunate to do so. So it's not a very simple assembly line with a very intensive labor. It's a very high, high-end production with a very high level of automation, mechanization, and so on. So for those you need skilled people, not particularly with universities. So what we have done is actually to work together with the other companies and establish this dual education system, which enrolled, I think, hundreds of maybe thousands of students already. So at least Bosch has already 500 people, which were actually schooled in the past, and we have 260 which are now enrolled in those systems. Mm-hmm. So this is basically, let's say, on the medium level education. Then the next step was to tackle the universities, and this was one of our, what Christian also said, one of our major reasons why we have established operations here in Romania. So we have, of course, tackled the universities, and we have also created a master program for our future engineers and R&D experts, and big data management and automated driving and so on are among the curriculums. We are actually going further and say, okay, what would be if we are going to the high school, why not kindergarten? So this is something that we are very, very keen on, and we will do also in the future, because the investment is actually pays off. Pays off because people are actually coming to the and working to the in our companies. They like and they can learn what they will do further, and they could also be our, let's say, ambassador or advocate for what we are doing, and how good is basically to be there. So this is education is one of the topic I want to stress, and maybe the further Christian can also underline some other
Maybe
aspects.
I can also just add here a bit. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so if I may shortly add on this, yeah, dual education, I've seen the excellent examples during the applications for the German-Romanian Business Award. So there were super good dual education models, so, which made us proud, and this is excellently established now in Romania. And frankly speaking, I'm not so pessimistic about people leaving the country. I see it a bit different already, that people are coming back to Romania. So this gives me hope. I was recently traveling to the country, and I met a lot of Romanians who came back to Romania from Germany, and they said here so many good opportunities. And if this continues, then I'm not very concerned about skilled people, talented workforce. We have the people here, and I'm very sure we will keep the people here, because now also this crisis or this situation has an excellent opportunity to attract people and keep them here, if we are able to create further growth. We shall not forget that Romania this year is showing a 5% growth. There are not many countries in Europe which have this growth rate, and also for next year it's projected with a plus of 2 or 3%. So basically it looks like the country has the potential to remain a growth locomotive here in Southeast Europe and in Europe. And this for sure will make people think whether they want to leave the country or better stay here and use the opportunities which are provided here. And as said, dual education, where Bosch and Continental is leading from my perspective, our perspective, what we see, offers here great opportunities for young people. So I think opportunities are there to people to keep them here. And when Schengen will come, I'm very optimistic this will further leverage the dynamics for investments and also for people to stay here.
So I think the colleagues from the panel, they just also brought the topic now of education in. I guess another topic we also need to work all together on this. And I liked very much when Manuel Costescu was president of Invest Romania 5, 6, 7 years ago, I think. You know it, Pane. So at that time, he just made a comparison. He made a comparison of how much you are earning in a certain country and how much you need for living. What are the costs? And I think in this part, we need to be much more ambassadors, we all, and really understand which are the real costs and what is the real price of living and the quality of living you can have in certain countries. And a lot of our young colleagues from university ask us, where can I make better careers? So I always just say, in a country which is developing, not in a country which has been somewhere on a certain level and tries to keep this level, but there where you are down and you can, every day it goes up. Andreas mentioned it. We have, I think, this year 3.8 or nearly 4% still growth in Romania. In other countries in the West, we are in the recession already. So, and this is something, it offers a lot of opportunities. So people which are ambitious, they can do this better here. And this is something which people need to understand. I was coming now 12 years ago to Romania, and all my young colleagues with 24 years, whatever, they just were thinking how to build somewhere a house. In Germany with 24, nobody's thinking about building a house. They don't simply have the money. It's not possible. You just maybe things with this with 33, 34, when you just earn some money, you will just put it somewhere. And here maybe the people need to go out of the city centers, whatever, 10, 15, 20 kilometers, then they still find some ground which is cheaper. In Germany, you need to go out from the big cities 150 kilometers to find this. So this is something which people really need to understand. We are always very much, I just say we now, a nation which are complaining. That's like it is in Romania, and then we are somewhere sitting in Munich and just say, you know, but in Romania it's much nicer. I always wait the three weeks in summer where I'm back home. Guys, take these challenges, take it as opportunity and do something and stop complaining. I think this is a topic which all the people need to think of, and if you have been outside, maybe you earned a little more money, you can come back and just build a nice house and have a certain quality of living, which in other countries you will not have with that money. This is also something I think which we need to promote more, to just show this to the people. Also, I would just say career opportunities in a developing country is always better.
Well said. I lived that on my own, so I can verify it full-heartedly. So in the light of what you just said, what should Romania do more or do less to make that happen? What do you think? As a country, as a society?
I think the society is a little bit split. We have people with good university education. They can really have a good living. And I always just take the statistics and just say we have 16 million people in the country, something in this direction, 70 million, who knows exactly. And 5 million are working, so which is not even 1/3. In Germany, you have more than 50% of the population working, paying taxes, financing educational system, financing with the taxes the health system. And this is something where Romania needs to see how to just bring this to such a level. What are all these people doing? So 4 million are working in private companies, 1 point whatever in state. So the state sector is too big. absolutely. And there needs to be looked where are the people missing in the statistics, because all the others, they are not school people, pensioners, or guys which are unemployed. So somewhere there's a big part of some millions which disappears. I would just say 2 million, 3 million, something like this. How bring them into work, earning really money? Because all these topics about I need to have a certain minimum salary to live a good life, that's good for the people which are working. But there are a lot of people which are not working. They live a bad life. And the question is how to just get to them. It's, for me, a task for the politicians to just bring here something on a certain level.
Yes, please.
And if I may add on the question of what can Romania do or what must Romania do, there is this phenomenon still of people, of workforce leaving Romania, despite the fact that some are coming back. But whenever I raise this issue and ask, why would people leave this wonderful country to work in other parts of Europe? I often hear two reasons, health and education. People saying, I know I can make good money here. It's a beautiful country to live in, wonderful food. But, with my kids, I prefer a country with better education system. And of course, the health system, no need to explain that there are some deficits there as well. So I think this is a key area, or these are two key areas where the government should focus on in order to improve the standard even more. And then I think we will exactly see what has already been described, that more and more people will not only stay but also come back. So that's just from my end, from what I hear.
If I may add shortly, exactly, many thanks, Dr. Gebauer. Health and education, these are exactly the topics. When I talk to people, why they will decide or decided to leave the country. So if this will be tackled, I'm even more optimistic for this excellent business location. But let's look into the structures a bit. We have a very strong automotive cluster with two OEMs, Dacia and Ford. So by automotive, Romania is already the sixth in Europe, overtook Italy recently, that we shall not forget. And we have more than 600 tiers here working. So there's a lot of potential, and this is going into the innovation sector to attract people, coming back people. We should also not forget that a lot of people are working in the agro sector at the moment. Yep. I believe if this will be also tackled more professionally in future, the agro value chain offers also a lot of opportunities with downstream investments, producing food products in future. At the moment, we are still exporting a lot of crops. And imagine that meat is still coming from Germany, the pork meat, for example, where Romanian people are working in pork factories in Germany, where this sector has a big potential to develop and offer here workplaces in Europe if we will tackle this professionally. And with the AHK, we have an agro working group where we are looking into these things. As said, the energy sector is offering billions of investments in future, what we heard already, what will come. And with this, there will be also rounds. There's a lot of different investments for renewable energy, but also for fossils. So we need workforce, and we, as we are here together, we are all working as ambassadors to attract the people, stay here and as talents. And if you're doing this together with the health and education sector, what Mr. Ambassador mentioned, I'm very optimistic that there will be a great future.
Just going to the agri sector, to some figures, Romania has about 23% of the workforce working in the agriculture sector. In Belgium, in Germany, in Hungary, 3–4%. Mm-hmm. So this is just by automation, and with automation, every workforce by itself just makes more money. This is just salary increase. Finally, these are the topics which we all can do, and with this, people would like also to stay here, clearly. What are we doing also as companies? I think Mihai mentioned this already, the time of cheap workforce is over. We just need educated people, and we bring responsibilities, also international responsibilities to Romania in our companies, so our people, they can have a career path in Romania, working on projects with full responsibility. They don't need to go, I would just say, you don't need to go to Silicon Valley. You can also work on the same products here. And even, we all know, in Silicon Valley, your salary might be $10 million per month, but also your one room in a condo apartment costs $5,000 because everybody needs there to live in a very restricted area. So finally, the costs, what I just said before, are also immense for just one dormitory, and that's it. So I think here, this is topics which we are also clear doing.
Mr. Bolijar, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I want to, probably it's a different perspective. We have a very high diversity in our company. So we have, at least in Romania, 24 nationalities which are working here. And it was not very easy to attract colleagues from abroad, because they had quite a different perspective about this country. They knew quite a little about the country. They were not very well informed about what this country can offer. And it was not so easy to attract. But once they came here, once they start understanding the culture, once they get crowned, it was more and more are coming, and those which are coming are actually trying to extend their labor contract. They want to stay more here because they found the country extremely attractive because of this enthusiasm and this willingness to prove that we also can do amazing things if we do have a strong leadership and if we do have a purpose. So I think we all have to strive more to improve the image of this country beyond our borders. Some other countries are maybe doing better than us. And we should not imagine that the other countries are not having problems. Of course, they do have problems, maybe different ones. Yeah? But they're not talking so much about their problems, they are talking about solutions. And this is also something that we have to learn, not to criticize, but to find the way to come out of something which seems a crisis, seems a problem. It's very simple to look at the glass. I have an empty glass, half or half full. Now, this is something that we have maybe to learn and to talk less ugly about ourselves.
Maybe just as a quick reaction, I think this is what where Romania and Germany are very close to each other also in this respect. We tend to be overly critical about the situation in Germany as well. Anyways, if I may take this opportunity to thank you, because I have to rush off here, and thank you very much for having me on this panel, but of course you will continue. Good luck, and great to have been part of this wonderful panel and event.
Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Bauer.
All right, that was very interesting, and I agree that it's a change of mindset that is required. I sometimes find myself also thinking negative thoughts. But coming back to the topics of the discussion, in the beginning I heard some very interesting things that I wanted to maybe explore a bit more. One of them was related to challenges, and I think all of the speakers, all of you actually mentioned the cost of energy. So although we have the potential of the gas in the North Sea, that is going to maybe take a while before it becomes a reality and that we can use it. What do we do until then? What do you do until then? What is the plan? How do you manage this craziness in the energy market?
So maybe I can say a few words. Firstly, if you allow. I mean, we are now in a very critical phases for Europe as a whole. we see a danger of a certain deindustrialization if we not take care in Europe as a whole. So with gas prices in the top 10 to 15 times higher than in the United States or in other regions in the Middle East. So at the moment it's went down, I think, to 5 to 7 times. But with this, we are in many value chains not really competitive anymore. And the danger is, if the raw material industry disappears, there's no future anymore for other value chains. So we must be very careful. What Christian also already said, fertilizer producer, but not only, steel producer, aluminium producer, chemical companies. These are all very energy-intensive companies. And we have now to support and find ways that in the current environment we will not deindustrialize Europe and keep the competitiveness high. And here in particular, Romania has a great chance. It can really play its card, and I hope that these energy projects, which we have now in mind, will develop fastly, quickly, and that Romania will cleverly use this for industrialization, for attracting companies, and that we as Europeans keep the businesses and the companies here in Europe, and that Romania play here also its role. And as said, the Green Deal will come. That is for sure. There will be no way out. And we are all committed to the Green Deal. I also believe that the Green Deal offers great opportunities to Romania with wind energy, with onshore and offshore farms, but also photovoltaic. And if this will be done cleverly, there is a lot of potential for further industrialization, industrial projects. And I'm sure that this will be a factor observed by German investors in future very intensively. The availability of energy, might it be gray or gray energy, or means fossil or green, and the green hydrogen also offers here in this context a lot of opportunities.
Please. So you have asked what can we do? And I will answer what can we do from the ground level, I mean from the... we have started actually a couple of years ago to have a very strong energy management system in the, especially in the production areas, because there is a high consumption of gas, electricity. We had invested actually quite a lot, more than 5-point-something million euros already in photovoltaic panels in both locations. We have, of course, installed all the LEDs, lamps and everything. So what we could do, we did. The problem is what is actually done by the state to support the investors in this respect. Because to be very honest, if you are actually spiking the prices, energy prices, and some other countries found some, let's say, rules of keeping to a lower level, this means that you are losing competitiveness. Because you're all of a sudden you're in a position where your production costs, industrial costs, will actually go higher. And then the question is, should we expand operations in that country, or should I go in the other countries in EU, or maybe outside EU? Or I think that the packages, the financial-wise or whatever, are actually much better created to support this production. We should not forget that we are in a very stiff competition with other countries in Middle Eastern Europe, and not only, and we need to find those levels to keep those production or those costs to a reasonable level. We have an extremely high impact, although we have invested, as I said, in photovoltaic, but this helps a bit. But the big portion is coming from, of course, from gas and everything we are actually consuming there for producing goods. And if we are not finding in a short while a very clever solution, then we must be out of the game. And this will not be very nice. So this is, I'm confident that all the companies are trying to find measures to cut the costs, to cut the consumption, to install photovoltaic panels and heat pumps and whatever the technology is actually ready to deliver. But above that is a state policy, which we unfortunately cannot let's say, impact or whatever. Yeah? So this is something that the government has to think very, very clever, and maybe also to ask us as well what is happening in other countries. Maybe we can come up with some ideas.
So I fully agree to what my predecessors just said in this direction. Continental has a clear direction until 2050 to be not just CO2 neutral by our own and have also circular economy until that implemented, but also to have this with all of our suppliers. We are checking since some years already exactly all of our processes, how to just reduce our CO2 consumption every year, which of course now needs to be even done much faster. I guess also we all as private person need to look to this. So finally I was just looking, having now a factor of 6 on my electricity bill, to just say, okay, now if I change these lamps and put there everything with LEDs, so then I consume just 1/6 of this. So finally I pay the same thing like last year. So finally this I'm also doing as private person. I think everybody of us needs somehow to see how we as society, I'm just not saying as company, as society, I'm just how to get over this winter. I think this is exactly what we all need to look at. I'm not a friend of state aid. For me, this topic is really companies and also the whole society need just to see how to develop in a certain direction. But state aid or some sort of helping parts are necessary when there are disruptive changes, where as society you cannot react as fast like this. And you still want to keep this in future, because there are some topics where you just say, I don't want to keep it, okay, then let it go. But things like this, we need now to have to that, because it's not a worldwide phenomenon. We just heard it in America, the prices of energy, they mainly did not increase so much. And therefore now the question is, which of the industry are we letting to go there? And this is an intermediate transition period, I would just say 1-2 years where we need to look at. And afterwards there will be again another balance found where things are much easier than now. Romania has a great opportunity here. 70% of the energy is done even by state companies internally. So finally we need to think only of the other 30%, but not to increase also the 70%, because it's mainly getting to the state the money. And just to see how to help there the society and to help there the companies, which are seen as important to keep them here. And it's also a question. So do we want to buy now all the fertilizer starting with next year out of America, or do we still want it here? What about the cement? What about the premium products from companies, chemistry companies like BASF? What about steel? What about aluminium? So we need to think about what do we want and let these companies to survive. And the next topic we have now with the energy delivery, I think that's not the right name, companies which on the one hand have to pay how much money to the energy producer, but are allowed only to take 300 runs from the end consumer. Finally, they just remain with a big deficit which nobody financed. So they are somewhere in between a falliment now. And this is also something which we need to look at. So I guess interesting topics.
Yes, I agree. You wanted to say something? Because I have a follow-up question, but please.
I always, you know, when we are actually navigating this stormy weather and all of the clouds are actually above us, I'm trying to get some, or to find some good news. And I found a good news in, because they're in a German session, in a German magazine, Die Welt, which is saying that after an analysis with German-American experts, that the future center of Europe will be further east. That means that we do have a chance, not only as a country, but as a region, to become the new center of interest of Europe. But we need to prepare ourselves for that. So we need to ensure that everything which is related to infrastructure, including energy, is actually ensured here. And by doing so, I believe that Romania has in this emerging region a very good chance for the future. The development from last years shows us that if we can keep traction further on with wise decisions and a very good understanding of what the economy and the people need, then we can actually play a very important role in the region. Looking also to the fact that the war will be over, we all hope soon, in the Ukraine, and Ukraine will need support, and we can actually offer also some support to that country. So we do have a very, I would actually try to stay on the optimistic side, and we do have chances, but we have to nurture these chances. Yeah, we don't have to go so fast and ignore them.
So if I may just add what Michael said. So basically, yes, there was recently also very interesting in another journal, that was Wirtschaftswoche, interesting articles about that the center is moving eastward, southeastward, where Christian and also myself were in interviews. And when we are reading all these articles, we understand, yes, the powerhouse is moving east and east due to different factors, what we already discussed. But let me also say a few words on Green Deal, and now I'm talking on behalf of BASF. So we are now electrifying more and more our processes. So we are working on an electrification of our steam cracker. So in 6 to 7 years, most probably we are optimistic to have some process electrified. We have now the pilots running. And we are also looking to renewable energies. We are building currently the largest, or we have the plan to build the largest wind farm with RWE in the North Sea, one of the largest offshore wind farms. So that's something we are doing. And coming to this, and what Mihai said, yes, there are opportunities with the agendas at the moment, and we have to tackle these opportunities in future in order to ensure the competitiveness. For the next 1, 2, 3 years, it might be challenged. That's right, to come through the next winter and maybe also to the winter 2024. So let's see. We all need to contribute to this with energy efficient solutions. But all in all, I remain optimistic, and in particular for this region.
Thank you, Mr. Lear. I heard innovation, and I heard smart solutions. I know that all of you, and I hope I'm not using big words, have a very strong research and development function. Is it the focus of research and development also this, to make better processes more efficient, more economical? So do you have that also on your agenda, or is it just that you look to new technologies for the markets and so on? Do you focus inwards as well?
So as I just said, on our agenda, it's very clear to become in some years CO2 neutral. And there absolutely we are looking on how to make all of our processes, all of our fabrications, but also finally the products until to the end of the lifetime, also much more environmental friendly and more energy efficient. That's absolutely clear. This is what we are all looking for. So, and yes, a clear yes in this direction, and I think we are here also on a very good path. Also in our buildings, Mihai mentioned already looking to solar panels, but of course it's getting much further. So one of our clear target is just to get energy efficient buildings. So we opened now in Timișoara a building for 1,700 people last year, in Iași the year before, in Sibiu. And it's clear, we have there glasses with three stripes and so on. So we have LEDs inside, so everything is on the very modern part of just being as energy efficient as possible. And this is clearly a topic looking to all these directions, and also a topic which I think every company just needs to go in this direction. The more expensive, and this is the tendency, energy will be more expensive. Currently we just see a factor of whatever, 7 in some months. This is absolutely unnatural, but that it's on the longer term getting more expensive, that's clear. And we all need to look how to get there more energy efficient. And mainly the topic is also to become more smart, absolutely.
Beside of the CO2 neutrality, which we have achieved end of last year, we are focusing since few good years on the connected industry solutions, because we are very much convinced that without a connected industry, fully automated, you cannot actually achieve progress, and you do not have a certain level of productivity which you need. Because if you are not staying on the edge of the productivity, then you are losing competitiveness again. Okay, because you have to increase salaries, you're increasing your costs are increasing, and so on. You can compensate to a certain level, to a certain extent, to different methods, but the increase of productivity is actually something that every company is looking at. And so we have developed also here in Romania, we have developed in both production sites solution of this connected industry, Industry 4.0. We are providing also for external partners, because we want that also our suppliers, because what we cannot see, and we are not talking most of the times, are our suppliers, which we have here in the country and in the region. They have also to achieve the CO2 neutrality, because otherwise they cannot supply anymore. They cannot be part of the supply chain, and they do have also to increase their efficiency and productivity. So we are actually doing ourselves in-house solutions of Industry 4.0. For external ones, so a consultancy for those which wants to have those solutions implemented. But we have also a very new laboratory in a university of Cluj, the Technical University, an Industry 4.0 laboratory, where the students are actually learning about this new solutions of having a very smooth technology process. So yes, all the companies here present, so BASF and Continental and Bosch and all other countries and all other companies in this country, I think they are actually working at that process, because otherwise you are not be part of the game anymore.
Competitive.
Yes, so Michael, many thanks, and if I may add, yeah, innovation is key in future, and that's basically about processes a lot, about products, adding value to processes and products. The Green Deal to become too neutral has so much need for innovations. We can work a lot of years on this and will do this. Circular economy is another very important topic. For example, let me just highlight here one topic is chem cycling. that is collecting plastic waste or tires and brings them in a pyrolysis oil and reuse this oil then again to produce in power processes or produce again plastic parts. And here Continental is also looking into this more and more into these opportunities. So a lot of possibilities are here, and it's also about co-creation more and more. We have to work along the entire value chain with partners to make innovations a success. And as BASF, we are doing this, and I see also, I'm talking on behalf of the AHK, I see a lot of AHK companies which are exactly this, doing co-creation, working together with their partners, suppliers, in order to make innovation happen. And all these topics, what we see, e-mobility is a trend towards this. There are so many innovations in future needed. And here I see the big chance for Europe, and in particular here also for Romania with its extremely skilled people, talented workforce, highly educated people. So very interesting corner which Romania will tackle in future as well.
Thank you. There's been a lot of interesting discussions. The topics have been very comprehensive, I would say. We're coming closer to the end of our panel, but not before I ask you, what do you expect from 2023? What's your vision? What's your plan? What do you think will happen? How do you forecast for the craziness that has been happening?
Yeah, the question is, of course, of how to forecast this. I think we made in summer a certain budget, but we just need to be very agile in this direction. Because finally we just see every month, every week, something changes, even in days things change. So for me, somehow, I'm always a pessimistic guy, a positive guy, always a positive thinking and optimistic. And therefore, I just see, for Romania especially, that it's still getting up. So also the economy is still developing in this direction. I think we have challenges. We need to look more to education. We need to look more to infrastructure. We need to work on the mentality of the people. That's, I think, something which I just mentioned before. Absolutely. Just be also there. Don't always complain about problems. Try to find solutions. That's it. And I think this is also something which out of the in the Romanian education system needs to just be looked, problem solving, to teach this topic, that people are just thinking more about of solutions. I think we have also a challenge, but a great opportunity due to the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, 30 billion euro coming to Romania. So finally, a big challenge on how to use this money in a way that finally it's not getting back again, but remains here and is used. That's, I would just say, all these topics, and I still see it in a very positive way.
Thank you.
I can continue on the same note, the positive note. Also, this crisis modus we are in since 2019-20 will definitely last. And it got actually worse beginning of this year, 24th of February, when Russia invaded Ukraine. But this will, as I said, will last, but with the hope that will end soon. Of course, the consequences will not cease all of a sudden. We need to make sure that our people, and we have 17,000, we have almost 10,000 or so. So our people are safe and healthy. It's our mission as leaders to make sure that they're comfortable in this entire, let's say, message or negative messages. We need to make sure that they are feeling well. They are keeping their excitement and at the highest level. Yes, we need to deal with what we have basically done and dealt in the last few years. We are in this modus. We are actually also thinking in different scenarios. We are building up business plans which are sometimes not quite accurate, but then we need to show agility and flexibility and to change them with a and looking to have a small impact in the business and for the people. But again, this human capital has to be ensured. They have to be safe. They have to know that the company is actually going in a good direction, that we do have projects, that we can attract future projects. And this is something that probably for us as leaders is the main mission we have for the next year, because we have to, let's say, wipe out this anxiety and this, always question mark, what will be tomorrow? Tomorrow will be okay. Tomorrow will be good. Thank you.
Excellent.
If I may add, thank you. A lot of was said. Stay close to the customer. Work even more closely with the customers on opportunities, growth opportunities. Be with the people, be with the team is quite important for us. We have to maneuver through the challenges for sure, maybe also mitigate the challenges, but also turn challenges into opportunities. And I believe there's a lot we can do this and use these opportunities to further grow the businesses and grow the country. Remain optimistic. We also, I believe, have to be even more work with the authorities, which in the last months I've experienced as quite cooperative. And if you're doing this jointly with the government, with the governmental representatives, with our customers, partners, all stakeholders, and with the team, with our people, I remain really very, very optimistic for the future, despite a lot of challenges around, and in particular for Romania, which I see basically developing into a powerhouse for different directions, for innovations and for energy-related topics. There's a lot to do in Romania. Let's tackle this together, and this is just what I'm looking forward for next year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for sharing with us today such valuable interventions and information. And myself and the audience, I'm sure we are inspired by your industry know-how. We look forward to seeing you at the future events. We will now go on with a registered message, dedicated message from Mrs. Ramona Chiriac, the Head of European Investment, Head of European Commission representative in Romania. But before doing that, I want to welcome you tomorrow as well, where we have another day to remember with stellar speakers as well, and high officials and ambassadors. Thank you very much. So we are now playing the recorded message from Mrs. Ramona Chiriac.
Dear participants, it is a great pleasure to address this message to you at an event dedicated to the foreign investments in Romania. Unsurprisingly, the most important sources of today's foreign investments in Romania are by far countries from the European Union, but also non-European partners such as USA or Israel. And this is another proof that Romania's strategic choice to join the European Union was the correct one, and Romania's economy is becoming more and more interlinked with other European economies. As a member of the European Union, Romania has certain advantages to attract the foreign investments, such as access to the European market, standards in terms of democracy and rule of law, or freedom of movement for capital. But I would like to refer to an advantage that Romania shares with all the other EU member states, which has been very visible in the last years. And this is the solidarity of the whole Union in the face of crisis and hardship. Unfortunately, our region has seen many crises lately, but learning also from the experience of the past has managed to develop responses and tools to cope with the effects and be better prepared for the next ones if necessary. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the EU created Next Generation EU, a temporary recovery instrument worth €800 billion, which aims to help repair the immediate damage caused by the pandemic and make Europe greener, more resilient, more digital and better fit for the forthcoming challenges. And the main component of Next Generation EU is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, an instrument that supports the reforms and investments in member states through their national recovery and resilience plans. The National Recovery and Resilience Plan of Romania includes hundreds of investments and reforms, all of them supported by up to €29 billion in grants and loans. And with the correct implementation, the plan will help Romania become more sustainable, resilient, and better prepared for the challenges and opportunities of the green and digital transitions. Many of the expected results will have the direct or indirect effect of improving the business environment and, in consequence, making the Romanian economy more attractive for foreign investments. And within this plan, the Romanian government committed itself to the digitalization of the public administration, the health and the education systems, strengthening the judicial system, increasing fiscal sustainability and modernizing the system of social benefits, increasing the predictability of public policies, modernizing the public procurement system and reducing the bureaucracy and administrative burden for businesses. The most important pillar of the Romanian plan is the green transition. Although because of the recent crisis people talked less about climate change did not go away, neither did the necessity to take action and tackle its effects. And when this Commission started its activity, the European Green Deal was among the 6 political priorities with the declared objective that Europe was to become climate neutral by 2050. And subsequently, the European Union adopted an intermediary objective for Europe to cut its net greenhouse gas emissions by 55% compared to 1990s levels. In order to move further with these objectives and tackle climate change, the countries submitting national and recovery resilience plans were requested to allocate at least 37% of the budget to climate objectives. Romania went further and allocated more than 40% for important investments which, once implemented, will not only contribute to the climate goals, but will also help the modernization efforts of our infrastructure for the benefit of citizens and businesses alike. The Romanian authorities committed to major investments for the modernization of railway and urban mobility infrastructure, modernization of the buildings to increase the energy efficiency, production of clean energy and biodiversity measures. Besides the benefits of the renewed and modernized infrastructures, there are important economic opportunities for the business environment which can either be a partner of implementing these investments or benefit from their multiplier effect. And I have mentioned energy and clean energy before, and I have also to refer to the energy crisis that we are currently facing, which is partially caused by the Russian aggression against Ukraine and by the weaponization of energy by the same Russia. The EU adopted short-term measures to protect the vulnerable consumers and businesses, measures that the member states are starting to implement, and medium and longer-term measures are under discussions these days. What is clear is that we need to get rid of the dependence of fossil fuels, whether they are coming from Russia on the short term or from anywhere else on the long term. As for the national recovery and resilience plans, the energy part will be enhanced in order to better address the recent challenges through the Repower chapter.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Timișoara is the capital city of Timis County and the main economic, social and cultural centre in the western part of Romania. It is the third most populated city in the country, having 500,000 inhabitants. Afi Park, Timișoara is located in the city centre of Timișoara, easily accessible from all parts of the city, having direct access to public transportation in front of the project. Trams 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 and 10 are only 1 minute walking distance from the project. Afi Park, Timișoara is a landmark modern A-class business park consisting of 5 office buildings built to the highest technical standards, enclosing 43,000 square metres GLA offices and retail spaces. Efficient floor plate of 1,200 to 1,300 square metres GLA, easy to be partitioned and flexible in fitting out all necessary functions for the tenants, as well as ample lobbies and interior gardens. In all buildings, there is installed the best high-performant air purification system through bipolar ionisation, providing purified air on all common areas of the campus, and a safe work environment for the tenants. The ground floor hosts many retail services where tenants can enjoy a coffee or have lunch on top of the building in the restaurant with an aerial view over the city. AFI Park Timișoara offers the perfect work environment for multinational companies, a modern campus with expansion options and an all-in-one efficient and time-saving location. AFI Europe Romania is one of the most reputable developers in Romania, managing a portfolio of 7 office projects of approximately 300,000 square meters GLA office spaces.
Located 166 kilometers north of Bucharest, Brașov is the main touristic city in Romania, with a population of 400,000 people and 1.5 million tourists annually. AFI Brașov is located in the heart of the city, along 15 Noiembrie Boulevard, and 13 bus lines are stopping right in front of the project. The 4 access points of the project are leading to more than 200 parking places dedicated to the offices and 1,600 dedicated to the shopping center, which are easily accessible by traffic circles from every direction. AFI Brașov brings together the largest shopping mall in the city, totaling 45,000 square meters GLA, and rising above, integrated into the mall, 2 Class A office buildings of 25,000 square meters GLA. Developed in 2 phases, AFI Park Brașov is designed for large floor plate occupiers, such as IT&C and BPO companies. AFI Park Brașov office tenants will enjoy a modern working environment, with natural light and balconies with a unique view to the Carpathian Mountains and to the forest. AFI Park Brașov and the surrounding retail facilities provided by AFI Brașov Mall offer the perfect work environment for the modern lifestyle sought after by the IT generations, an all-in-one, efficient, time-saving, immediate location. AFI Europe Romania, the most reputable developer in Romania, is the developer of AFI Tech Park, AFI Park, AFI Park Brașov, AFI Cotroceni, AFI Ploiești, AFI Brașov, and AFI City. Bucharest is the most economically developed city in Romania, generating 1/4 of the country's GDP and of its industrial production. Bucharest serves as headquarters for 186,000 firms, including nearly all large Romanian companies at the intersection between downtown Bucharest and 3 major residential neighborhoods, districts 4, 5, and 6, which total more than 60% of the city's population. AFI proudly sets the new business landmark for the largest labor force potential in the capital. AFI Tech Park will be developed as a 70,000 square meter GLA Class A office park, a campus-style environment in an urban complex with ample green areas, providing high technical specifications similar to all AFI projects. The project will be built in 3 phases, featuring buildings of 8 floors, 2 underground levels each, and retail shops hosting a fitness club, restaurant, coffee shop, bank, and a pharmacy. AFI Tech Park can be reached via 2 main traffic arteries, Progresului and Tudor Vladimirescu Boulevards, each with 4 lanes that allow smooth traffic flow. The excellent position makes driving from anywhere in the city accessible in the shortest time possible. The business park is very accessible by public transportation. A shuttle bus is connecting with Unirii metro station. 5 tram lines stop at the entrance of the project with the highest frequency in Bucharest. An Academia metro station will add direct connectivity to the project. The park benefits from close proximity to JW Marriott Hotel, Unirii Square, the Old City, and the Romanian Parliament. Volcan Retail Park is located across the street offering a food court with several food outlets. In addition, Liberty Shopping Mall is located 250 meters from the project. The typical floor spreads on an area close to 3,000 square meters, is specially designed for large floor plate occupiers, such as BPOs, back office operations for the IT&C, and financial services. The office areas are provided with raised floors, suspended ceilings, clear height of 2.7 meters, enabling maximum natural light, and a standard electromechanical design for one workstation to 8 square meters. AFI Tech Park and the surrounding retail facilities provide the perfect work environment for the modern lifestyle, sought after by multinational companies, an all-in-one, efficient, time-saving, immediate location.